or a national event, Team IP has you covered. Our corporate and digital divisions offer custom apparel, promo products, and POD e-stores with no inventory, no warehousing, and no fulfillment hassle. Just thousands of brands and options at your fingertips. We're proud to be partners of ESPN West Palm, and we're ready to be on your team. Visit teamip.com, where teamwork makes the dream work.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Tired of being sidelined by a sports injury? Get back in the game with Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Whether you're a professional athlete or even a weekend warrior, you can get back to doing what you love with our compassionate orthopedic team. Experience a new level of care and get back to your best. Welcome to being treated like a pro. Make an appointment today at baptisthealth.net/ortho or call 833-556-6764.
Anna Jar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $1529 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
This is the Delray Beach Open, the ultimate tennis party. Don't miss today's top professional tennis stars and legends in downtown Delray Beach. February 13th through the 22nd. It's 10 days of 140 miles per hour aces, parties, and all the good vibes. Come for the non-stop action on and off the court. Snap pics and post memories at the DBO. Join us for a jam-packed week of ATP tennis matches where champions play and fans party. DelrayBeachOpen.com for info. Tickets on sale now.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
From Vero Beach down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 1063.
Well, we're coming to your city.
HSS Florida presents ESPN West Palm's High School Game Day. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. Supported by Smith, Ball, Byatt, Prather. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Keiser University, South Florida Ford, Sports Certified by VitaCost, Muss Plus by Messi, Duffy's Sports Grill, Culligan, Racetrack, Safebound Moving and Storage, and the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. My name is Colin Russo. This is your pregame coverage. We got some Vero Beach, Fort Pierce Central action coming up at 7 p.m. tonight. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, powered by HSS Florida and Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. I'm with alongside Damian Perez. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Christian Cat will have it on the call. We'll hear from him in just about 50 or so minutes, but we got you up until then. We'll hear from both head coaches. That is head coach Mike Watkins of Fort Pierce Central and head coach Lenny Jankowski of Vero Beach. Vero Beach sitting at number one for us in the ESPN West Palm top 10 rankings of high school area schools in the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. They have a plethora of Division I talent. They got a great coach. They're great every year, and they got a good test tonight with Fort Pierce Central coming into town. HSS Florida, in sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida provides the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, which is the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more today by going to hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. So Vero Beach, Fort Pierce Central, looking forward to hearing from both the coaches. We had a couple games yesterday on the Thursday slate before I tell you what's going to happen today on Friday. West Boca took down Dwyer easily, 53-0. Number 2, West Boca, that is. Dillard took it to Suncoast, 65-0 was the score in that one. Easy one there. John Carroll over Forest Hill. I was at that game, a lopsided affair, 41-0. St. Andrews, Somerset Prep. St. Andrews won that one easy as well. 55-7. Jimmy Robertson has those guys firing on all cylinders, sitting at number 8 on our ESPN West Palm top 10 rankings. As for tonight, our #1 team, Vero Beach, taking on Fort Pierce Central, a road test for them. On top of that, Spanish River is home against Coral Glades. Jensen Beach is going on the road to take on Port St. Lucie. Boca Raton is taking on Douglas on the road. Joaquin Garcia is going to Boynton Beach today. Glades Day is holding on to Evangelical Christian. Inlet Grove is going to Kings Academy, which I believe is under lightning delay. Classic South Florida weather. Sebastian River is going to Okeechobee. Palm Beach Gardens taking on Seminole Ridge. Seminole Ridge coming off a big win last week over Santa Lucius. They look to build on some momentum, going to Palm Beach Gardens today. Heritage Palm Bay is going to South Fork. Glade Central, sitting at number 6 in our top 10 rankings, is going to Clewiston tonight. And Palm Beach Central is taking on number 9, Jupiter. Palm Beach Central, who plays a gauntlet of a schedule just about every year. Kevin Thompson looks to get those guys back into form, back into the win column, taking a road test to Jason Cradman and the Jupiter Warrior football team at number 9. A well-run team, not going to beat themselves, going to be a good matchup there. Benjamin's going to be taking on Victory Prep on the road. Gateway Charter is going to be against Boca Christian, Centennial is taking on Fort Pierce Westwood. That's at home for Centennial. John I is home against Santa Lucia. Santa Lucia is looking to recover after a bad loss last week to Seminole Ridge. Lake Worth is home against Park Vista. Masters Academy is home against Oxbridge. And Palm Beach Lakes is going to be home against Wellington. So that is a full slate of high school football that we're going to take you up and through till just about 11 p.m. tonight. If you missed any of it, if you want to watch it live, you can watch it on ESPN Top 63. That's on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X, where you can catch the full live stream of the games. You can see every play, and you can listen to the play-by-play broadcast as well, and also see me on the pregame and postgame coverage, which we have you there. So if you missed any of the interviews, you missed any of that, we have a full catalog of such on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. You just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day to see a full catalog of coach interviews from throughout the Palm Beach County area. It's all in one spot. It's all cataloged. It's all nice and easy and accessible. You can catch that there. Also follow on our social medias and Instagram, Twitter at ESPN Top 63 and ESPN West Palm. So what we will do now is we will take a timeout as we got you on our HSS Game of the Week, presented, of course, by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers. They're proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call right now at 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. Help is just that local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So we'll take a timeout. And on the other side, we'll hear from the head coach of Fort Pierce Central, Mike Watkins, joined Theo Dorsey a little earlier this week to preview the game, talk about the team a little bit, what he's looking for out of his team today in a big home test with Vero Beach coming into town. That's all coming up and a lot more. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Let's rewind back to February of 2025 when the Four Nations Face-Off was a tremendous success, not only for the NHL, but also for all the teams that played like Canada, Finland, Sweden, and the United States. Well, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman cleared the path for players to take on the Olympics. For the first time in 12 years, NHL players will take the ice at the 2026 Milan Olympic Games after not participating since 2014. And I think a lot of this has to do with how much of a tremendous success the Four Nations Face-Off was. This is the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztil Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Get a free duct cleaning with any new unit. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members earn an extra visit and $50 each year toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztilac.com. That's 561-232-6366. Keep your cool with Aztil Air.
The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tips it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
Whether it's a clutch touchdown pass, a game-winning dunk, or an impressive dash to the finish, we want to highlight the best performance of the week. The winning performance will receive $500 courtesy of Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Catch the biggest moments and winners all season long on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN West Palm Play. Nominate them today by emailing highschool@espnwestpalm.com. Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Welcome to being treated like a pro.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. We got your HSS Game of the Week today, a battle of 2 of the best teams we have in the area. You got 4-0. Fort Pierce Central, who have had a couple of home games in a row, taking on Vero Beach today, who plays one of the toughest schedules in South Florida, also sitting at 4-0. So we got a battle of undefeateds, and Vero Beach sitting at number 1 in our ESPN West Palm top 10 rankings polls that we have that we releases weekly on our Instagram, ESPN West Palm. So what we will do is we will hear from Coach Mike Watkins in a second for our Keiser's Coaches Corner, presented by Keiser Seahawks. The Keiser Seahawks are all about championships on the field and in the classroom. They got 26 national championships with the fall season underway. They're probably going to get more, but they got the men's tennis team who caught their first ever NAIA title last spring. Their men's lacrosse team just captured their 3rd straight red banner. Keiser also got its 5th Sun Conference Commissioner's Cup, which goes to the most successful athletic department in the conference. It's all about championships. It's all about winning. It's all about success. That's Keiser University. Get the latest on Keiser Seahawks athletics at kuseahawks.com. Whatever they do, just follow along because they basically do no wrong. It's right down here on North Military Trail in West Palm Beach. So Theo Dorsey of Theoretically Speaking, which you can catch 2 to 4 weekdays on right here on ESPN 106.3. He got caught up with the head coach of Fort Pierce Central, Mike Watkins. Talked about a number of things, including this very game that we have, our HSS Game of the Week. Take a listen to Mike Watkins of Fort Pierce Central football.
Theodore.
As we work to figure that out.
Theo Dorsey here with ESPN Top 63 and ESPN West Palm, and I'm joined now by Coach Mike Watkins for Fort Pierce Central. The undefeated Cobras hosting the undefeated Vero Beach Fighting Indians Friday night. This is going to be the HSS Florida Game of the Week. It's also a game that pits you, Coach Watkins, against the guy who you coached alongside of in Lenny Jankowski for quite some time. What's y'all's relationship like, and how much are you looking forward to getting out there on the gridiron against him?
Well, I mean, Lenny's a mentor of mine, and really, I would consider him one of my best buddies. So it's crazy. We kind of grew up together, I guess. Our parents worked together in the sheriff's department, and he was my senior year was his first year coaching. I don't know if I've told you that before, but he was my position coach. His first year and my last year, and then we've just kind of stayed in contact since then. But yeah, man, I look forward to it. It's a huge challenge. He's a great coach. I've learned so much from him, and he runs a great program. So it'll be fun. We really want to close the gap and be more competitive with them. We've been in the district with them, as you know, since I've been at Central, and the games have not been competitive. So hopefully we can push them a little bit.
Yeah, Vero Beach has won, I believe, 12 straight, and the last win for Central was back in 2012. So I know that doesn't matter as much to the guys that are lining up on Friday night, but I'm curious how much confidence and how much grit and things learned that y'all get from, I know it's different 7-on-7, but your Central team did take down Vero Beach on 7-on-7 for the Keiser 7-on-7 this summer. And at the very least, you got to see this, the Cobras check off a win against the Fighting Indians, despite it not being tackle football.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of value to that in terms of our kids and their mental state. And me coming away from something like that, I want our kids to feel like they belong, like they should be competing there, because there's some, I believe there's some mental blocks there in terms of just the Vero persona or stigma, or I don't know the right word there, but man, that it's 7-on-7. To me, that as a coach, you try to ride that wave a little bit, but once you put on the pads, it's a completely different deal. So now I say all that, but we got some good players. You know what I mean? And we're executing well and doing some good things. And then there's some things that we really got to work on and clean up. But I'm sure that Jankowski would say, LJ would say the same thing. There's things they got to clean up. So.
Every time I see y'all's team, especially offensively, since you've kind of taken over there, it is a lot of fun. Through the 3 games that y'all have actually played at Nova versus Hollywood Hills and versus Tradition Prep, 48 points, 76 points, and 50 points. This is like you have an offensive onslaught right now. You're averaging right around over 50 points a game in games you played. What's going right? Because I haven't seen y'all in person this year, but I see the box scores.
Well, man, I would say it's a collection of things. We've got some really good playmakers. Marquand Burgess, um, AJ Hill. AJ Hill's like touch to touchdown percentage is I don't know what it is, but it's pretty crazy. In terms of him just touching the ball and what he does afterwards. We've got two quarterbacks that are playing well. Drew LaPlante's a junior, and then I've got JJ Blackwood, who, in my opinion, man, is just like one of the most underrated kids in the area, maybe in the state. He can just do so much. But aside from all of that, you know, our defense has really complimented us. Our defense has just created so many scoring opportunities for themselves and for the offense. So I was getting texts left and right about the 76-6 score. And I was like, we had 29 offensive plays in that game. So everybody's wanting to tell me about, what we did in that game in terms of offense. And I was like, no, our defense is just creating, some havoc for people. And but, you know, we'll see how that goes. Our schedule's going to increase. It's going to get tough, and we got some great opponents coming up, and it starts with Vero. So, man, we're so excited for the opportunity and to get in my opinion, a true test of where we stand and where we need to go from.
We had a similar conversation last year when you got off to a 4-1 start, I believe, and then things heated up with a tougher schedule. And that was at Vero Beach, and y'all ended up dropping 4 of the next 5, right? Like, how do you make sure that this team doesn't go through that same fate? It does feel like a more evolved squad, but obviously a lot of the same guys from last year who went through that. How do you keep those doubts out of their mind and keep them straightforward through the tougher slate?
Man, this is a different team, different group of kids. Some are the same, but some, a lot of those kids are on last year's team. Hopefully, they're a little bit better, a little bit smarter, a little bit wiser, and maybe we're going to face adversity. And I've been kind of preaching that, and don't get too high on the hog in terms of where you stand. I reminded them of last year and what went down with all of that. But I think this is a different team than last year, and I think we got a different makeup. I think we got different leadership. So we just got to stack days, man. I know that's coach talk and a lot of cliche stuff, but we got to try to figure out how can we lock in, and whatever our opportunity is, how can we get better in that opportunity? It might be the weight room, it might be in the classroom watching film, it might be on the practice field, it might be in pregame warmups. Are we doing what we need to do to make that a plus and not a minus? And because it's never just an equal sign when it comes to football. So you're getting better day by day, or you're getting a little bit worse. So um, hopefully we stack those days, and we don't have what you just mentioned. We don't, we were 4-1 or whatever the stat that you read out was. And we ended up 5-6 and losing to Palm Beach Central in the playoffs. I think we're a different team than that team was. So I'm confident about my group. I'm excited for the opportunity they have. I'm excited to prepare them and try to get them ready, see how they respond. But it's only week 6. So whatever that result is, good or bad, we got to keep stacking days. Even after that, we'll have tough opponents coming up as the season progresses.
Friday night, it's going to be at home. It's the game of the week. What have you seen out of Vero Beach this year? I know they have a quarterback change with the injury to Champ Mines. They got Ephraim White in at quarterback, who plays pretty much every position on the field. Like, when you watch them, what do you see out of them that's going to be something you have to prep for?
Well, just talent. I mean, they're a very talented team. They're well coached. I have personal relationships with a lot of those guys on both sides of the ball. I have a history there, so I know that they're coached very well. I know that those players are good, and it sucks that Champ had an injury, but he'll be back, and that kid will be better than ever. He's one of the nicest young men I've ever come across. But man, I I haven't thrown my my jokes at LJ just yet, but I will. I can't wait to. How nice is it that you got the number one dual threat quarterback in the country, tweak an ankle, he's going to be sidelined for a little bit, and your backup is a Florida State commit. So I think, and Lenny's doing a great job of altering those things, altering the offense, designing stuff around him and to his skill set. So, Vero's a challenge, man. They're big up front. They're good on every level of the defense. They got skill players, out the wazoo. They're good on special teams. They present so many challenges to anybody, and like I said, I'm just really excited for the opportunity.
And what's it going to take for the Cobras to not just close that gap, but try to walk out of your home stadium there with a win on Friday night?
Well, we got to put all those kids I just bragged on, we got to get them on the ground somehow. You know what I mean? We got to take care of the ball. We got to create, and this is all coach talk, as you know.
Yeah.
No blunders in the special teams. We've had a few blunders here, giving up kick returns and silly stuff in the kicking game. We got to tighten that up. We got to create some turnovers and we got to make some big plays. You know what I mean? We've got to swing the tide a little bit, and that might be just some of our guys that, like I said, are really good players. They're gonna have to step up and make big plays. So this is the moment to do it. So yeah, we're like I said, we're excited. It's a huge challenge, but we're gonna be there for it, and I know my guys will show up. So.
We're looking forward to it. It is the HSS Florida High School Game Day Game of the Week. And Coach Watkins, appreciate you taking out some time to speak with us about it, and looking forward to seeing y'all on Friday night.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Appreciate it, bud.
Thank you.
That was Theo Dorsey with Coach Mike Watkins of Fort Pierce Central sitting at 4-0. They got the 4-0 Vero Beach coming into town. Vero Beach, who is formidable, one of the best teams in South Florida, if not the best, the Vero Beach Indians, sitting at 4-0 with a great schedule under their belt as well. And on top of that, what happened yesterday in the game, by the way, if you missed any of Mike Watkins, you want to take a listen to that, go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Our HSS Game of the Week, Fort Pierce Central taking on Vero Beach at home, on top of a bunch of other games that we're going to have you covered for, including the Thursday slate of games. There's only 4, but what we have is West Boca at number 2 in our top 10 rankings, who took down Dwyer 53-0. We also had Dillard take down Suncoast pretty easily, 65-0. St. Andrews, Jimmy Robertson's got those guys locked in at number 8, and they took on Somerset Prep Canyons. 55-7 was the final score. John Carroll took a 2 Forest Hill, easy as well, 41-0. Only 4 games. Maybe we'll hear from a couple of the coaches. Maybe Mickey Grudy will join us as we got you post-game as well right after the game. The game is going to kick off at 7 p.m., so we got you for about another 20 or so minutes. Then we'll get to Christian Cap up there in Fort Pierce. On top of that, with our coach interviews, we're going to hear from the other side of things, Lenny Jankowski, after the break. But first, I got to tell you, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. ESPN West Palm is our social medias where you can find us, and you can also catch our Land Rover Palm Beach Player of the Week. Land Rover Palm Beach, a proud member of our community, a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you notice a performance from any student athlete in the area, that could be any sport, male or female, make sure to nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week. All you got to do is DM ESPN West Palm. Lease the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 a month with a 36-month lease, or you can come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. It's all there. It's right over at Land Rover Palm Beach. It's located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike. Visit LandRoverPalmBeach.com to test drive any of their new luxury cars because Christmas season is coming, and you never know if somebody's going to need a new car. Land Rover Palm Beach, that's above and beyond. So we'll take a timeout, and then we'll get into the rest of the Friday slate and what we have on the docket in terms of the area high school football in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Also, got a packed weekend of Ryder Cup action on the golf side of things. Also, a great college football slate, a good NFL slate, and the last weekend of the MLB regular season. I don't think there's any better place to be other than Duffy's Sports Grill. Duffy Sports Grill is a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. They are once again voted the best sports grill. They got award-winning burgers and wings, plus weekday lunch deals, including the Duffy's Double Play, which is just starting at $7.99 per month. Make sure to sign up for free and get your Duffy's MVP card. Start collecting rewards today. They got over 80 TVs in each location. You'll never miss a minute of each game or the biggest bouts. Duffy's has them all. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. We'll hear from the head coach of Vero Beach, also sitting at 4-0 and number 1 in our ESPN West Palm top 10 rankings at this point in the season, just about the midway point. We'll hear from the head coach, Lenny Jankowski, who spoke with Theo Dorsey. On the other side of things, stay tuned for it. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
Keiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Keiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Keiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Keiser University.
Don't fumble your finances. Whether you're running a business or running plays, Jay Zolo and Associates keeps your books tight and your stress light. With nearly 30 years of experience, Jay Zolo is your go-to coach for QuickBooks, offering expert consulting, one-on-one training, and full-service bookkeeping. Jay Zolo and Associates, simplifying your books so you can win on and off the field. Visit jzolo.com today. That's JZOLLO.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. We are at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, getting you geared up, getting you ready to go for Vero Beach. Fort Pierce Central, who is at 4-0, brings in one of the best teams in South Florida, Vero Beach, into town. We got you covered. It's also live streaming, going to be live streaming on ESPN Top 63 on socials. That's ESPN Top 63 on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, X, I should say. But you can watch that all there and also see myself and Damian Perez as we got you up until postgame. But what we will do now is we will go to Lenny Jankowski, the head coach of Vero Beach, the Indians at 4-0 as well, also caught up with Theo Dorsey. Take a listen to Lenny Jankowski ahead of today's HSS Game of the Week right here on ESPN 106.3.
Theo Dorsey here, ESPN West Palm, joined by Lenny Jankowski, head coach of the Vero Beach football Fighting Indians, who are off to a 4-0 start, who also have the Game of the Week at Fort Pierce Central this Friday night. First off, Coach, how you liking what your team been showing so far through 4 games this year?
You know what? I've been very pleased. I mean, I think what we're looking for obviously is to show improvement each and every week, and obviously you get to this point in the season, and there's always different types of adversity that you face, whether it be through injury or whatever comes about. We're into we've played 5 opponents, including the Kickoff Classic. We're coming off a bye week, so. Through all that, and we've been in some played against some great teams and had some tough games. And so I think each experience, there's value to it. And I think through all that, I think we've shown improvement, or we've seen improvement in all 3 phases of the game. So I think that's all that you're looking for up to this point.
You talk a little bit about injuries there. Obviously, a bit of a roller coaster. You start the season with Champ Wonderful Minds. By the way, I love the fact that his name – I did not know this, that his name was Wonderful. Until recently, but your quarterback, who was named the top quarterback in the nation for the 2028 class, you suffer an injury to him, but then Ephraim White steps in as backup QB. Was that always the plan? I never knew that he could play that position so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people will. So Ephraim, we call him EJ. He's just a great athlete, and he's been a starter on our varsity team since his freshman year. He started on both sides of the ball. He started at corner. He's been a big part of our return game, kick return, punt return guy, and then also receiver. And so, but what a lot of people forget about is that his freshman year, same kind of deal. We had an injury, and he was able to lead us all the way through the end of the season, up through the regional final game there. And so he has some quarterback background. It's very tough for him to practice there because he's starting on both sides of the ball. So what this has done, I think this is, now 3 or 4 weeks in a row where he's practiced specifically at quarterback. And I think each and every week we've, added to his workload, and he's taken it all in stride, and obviously played at a very high level.
I'm glad you brought that up, because was that the year you had Aronson that suffered an injury? I believe.
That's right.
That was him. Yeah. This is the same.
It's the same guy. That's right. And he's been, like I said, he's been a starter since his freshman year. Just a really cool kid. Just a team guy, the total team guy. Very unselfish. Whatever needs to be done for the best of the team. He's always been that way. Always willing to do it. And I've really enjoyed watching him embrace this situation as it's fallen in his lap, and leading our team at quarterback. He leads by example. You see the confidence on him when he's back there leading the offense, taking a snap, and not just as he become a leader of the offense. I've just really enjoyed watching him lead the team.
Yeah, and he's committed to Florida State right now. He's one of the top kids in the area already as an athlete, and similar to what we saw out of our guy Malachi Tony with American Heritage last year. The fact that he's able to step in and play quarterback for a team that's a state title contender, that bodes well. Coach Jankowski joining me here ahead of the Game of the Week. Who else has stepped up here as you've had to replace your quarterback, which means you also have to replace what White is able to do for you in other spots?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. So that's a very good point. And so it's not just one guy. We've had, multiple guys step up. I think first and foremost, we talk about that improvement. I think, as the season has progressed, our defense has really improved. Obviously, EJ was going to be a big part of that defense.
Coach, we're talking about who else stepped up, because when EJ White steps in as your quarterback, clearly you need other guys to fill in for the holes in which he's not able to fill as he's now the signal caller. Who else has been stepping up for the Fighting Indians?
Yeah, I think, overall, we've just improved each and every week on the defensive side of the ball. So just playing very good team defense. I don't think there's any one person, because he does so much and plays multiple positions, that's filled in. But some guys that I'm just very pleased with up to this point. On the defensive side of the ball, I think our secondary has played very well. We've had guys like Jordan Crutchfield and Sebastian Polanese, all playing well. Micah Roberts, Travion Townsend, all have been parts of, games where they've made big plays. Jalen Haywood, also, one of our corners, so that secondary, a bunch of guys there stepping in for EJ and what he's provided to our team over the years. And then on the offensive side of the ball, what I've been most impressed with, especially early on now, as each and every game has progressed, we've been able to open up. And I think if the innocent bystander were just to watch, our offense go, I don't think that they would notice anything majorly different since EJ's taken over for Champ. But there's been multiple guys, and they've played very unselfish, and so we've had guys like, Marcus Melbourne and Jarvis Jacobs and Latravius Woods and Xavier Stinson and Austin Banzoff. These guys all, taking on a little different role with EJ at quarterback. Obviously, our running back, Jonathan Hillsman. All these guys have chipped in and have done their part to, obviously make us click and make us go each and every week.
You are first off, before we get into the actual game, how is Champ Mons doing for you? I know that clearly a leg injury there in the Ugali game. How's he doing? Is he expected to come back sometime this year?
Yeah, for sure. So I think, obviously coming off the bye week, I mean, he's that much closer. We'll see if we get him, and when we get him back. But I know that he's anxiously, he's chomping at the bit. He's been in all the meetings. The only thing he hasn't gotten is, are the physical reps, but he's been at practice each and every day. So, I think with everybody, we will be excited when he's back. And as, each and every day gets past us, I think he's that much closer. So we're not going to rush it, but, as soon as he's ready, I know that he's going to be, chomping at the bit and back out there.
For the game of the week, Friday night, Longwood Stadium at Fort Pierce Central, 2 undefeated Treasure Coast teams. What do you know about Fort Pierce Central and the Cobras and what they're going to bring to Friday night's game?
Yeah, I mean, I had an opportunity, many years ago to coach with their head coach, Coach Watkins. We coached together for about 10 years, and I've got a ton of respect for he and their program and what he's done and the improvements that he's made year in and year out there. He's got a really nice staff and some very dynamic players. We had an opportunity to see them a couple times this summer. And I've just been impressed, obviously in preparation, getting prepared for these guys, in all 3 phases of the game. He's really put his stamp on that program. So, lots of respect. They've got a bunch of athleticism, very good in the skill department. Their linemen on both sides of the ball always get after it very well. He does a great job with quarterbacks. So I think that it'll be obviously to this point, it'll be it's one of those games. As you mentioned, it's your game of the week. It's up to this point, it's our biggest game of the season. And I'm sure the same for them. So big district game, both teams undefeated. So we're expecting, 48 minutes worth of good football.
We saw that, maybe not as many minutes, but we saw y'all 2 clash at the Keiser 7-on-7 this past summer. And Fort Pierce Central got the best of you and Vero Beach. For y'all, do you think that the players still kind of have some lasting memories of that and kind of want to get a little payback Friday?
There's really not much correlation between 7-on-7 and 11-on-11. I'm sure each and every coach will tell you the same. But guys are competitive. Guys love playing in that tournament. You guys do a great job in promoting that, both before and after and during. And so, I think, like I said, our guys know each other, but really what happens last week has very little to do with what happens this week. So to say that something that happened in a 7-on-7 tournament this summer would have any carryover, I hope not. But our kids all know each other, and they enjoy those moments.
Right. And a lot of it is just the competition of it all, right? You could beat somebody at tic-tac-toe and it hurts them just as much as losing a football game because that's how some dudes are wired. So I'm just curious if that kind of lingers over,
Of course, I think we're all competitive in spirit, right? And so me, you, and everybody else are, so like I said, I think that whatever it is, checkers, tiddlywinks, or 7-on-7 or 11-on-11, I think everybody wants to win. Everybody prepares to win, and when you come up short, then those things do kind of linger.
And speaking of, what does Vero Beach need to do well on Friday night to walk out of there with a road win and improve to 5-0?
Yeah, well, I don't want to, get all coaches have all their little sayings and cliches and all that kind of stuff. But it is one of those games, when you go back and you look at these games that where there's a lot riding on it, it's typically the team that makes the fewest mistakes. So we got to take care of the football. We're an offense that, kind of predicates itself on explosive plays. So, if we can get an explosive play, here and there, that obviously helps us and keeps us moving, and, try to keep them from doing that. And so, it's a juggling act, and you just try to do your best and put your guys in a great position to have a good opportunity come Friday night. I think, a lot of that has to happen Monday through Thursday and to give us a chance on Friday.
Looking forward to seeing that on Friday night. Stay healthy this week of practice. And again, it's the ESPN West Palm High School Game Day Game of the Week presented by HSS Florida. So you'll have the call on the radio side. We'll have the video stream. It's going to be a lot of fun, Coach.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Theo. I always appreciate you guys being out there.
Thank you.
That was Theo Dorsey and Lenny Jankowski of Vero Beach sitting at 4-0. They are part of our HSS Game of the Week against Fort Pierce Central. If you missed any of that, go listen back. Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. High school athletes, that time is here where you got to be on top of your nutrition game. Supplementation and nutrition is, I would ballpark, around 80% of the real battle to get to your top level athletically. You could do all the work physically. You could go to the gym, get up early, run, stay in shape, eat well. But if you don't have the supplements in place, you don't have your nutrition in check, you're going to be holding yourself back big time. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace, it's available. It's got over 400-plus products that are free of banned substances that you can get started on today because they all help you reach your next level. High school athletes, that performance starts with what you put in. That Sports Certified Marketplace, there are 400-plus clean products. They include from electrolytes all the way to protein. You can save 20% now by using code ESPN20. Playing varsity, you're training for the next level. It fuels high school athletes of all levels, free of banned substances. Use 20% off with code ESPN20. From the two-a-days to game nights, I don't know where I would have been if I didn't have it for my triathlon training, because the protein, the electrolytes, the fish oil, everything that they offer really does make a difference in how you operate physically. That's VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace. Go to vitacost.sport.com/sports certified marketplace to get started now. Colin Russo with Damian Perez with the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We got a packed slate of games tonight. To circle back to what happened yesterday, John Carroll took down Forest Hill 41-0. St. Andrews took down Somerset Prep Canyons 55-7. Dillard took down Sunco 65-0. And West Boca took down Dwyer 53-0. So not a game within basically 6 touchdowns, but hopefully we'll have a closer game tonight on our HSS Game of the Week. Looking ahead to what to expect out of the Friday scores, Vero Beach is taking on Fort Pierce Central. Vero Beach, number 1, of course, our HSS Game of the Week. Coral Glades is taking on Spanish River on the road. Port St. Lucie is hosting Jensen Beach. Jensen Beach is sitting at number 10 on our top 10 rankings. Douglas is hosting Boca Raton. Boynton Beach is going to host Dr. Joaquin Garcia. Should be maybe a low-scoring affair if it went Boynton Beach's way, but Joaquin Garcia looking to recover and get back into the win column themselves. Glades Day is hosting Evangelical Christian. Kings Academy is hosting Inlet Grove. Okeechobee is hosting Sebastian River. Palm Beach Gardens is going to take on Seminole Ridge. Seminole Ridge, the same Seminole Ridge who took down Santa Lucius last week. in a very big surprise because Santa Lucia's beat Palm Beach Central 2 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden Seminole Ridge turns around and beats Santa Lucia's. So by a transitive property, Seminole Ridge took care of business potentially against Palm Beach Central. No, I'm just kidding. But Seminole Ridge is taking on Palm Beach Gardens, looking to build in the win last week. South Fork is taking on Heritage Palm Bay. Clewiston is taking on Glade Central. Glade Central sitting at number 6. We talked to Coach Omar Hogebook last week. Told us a bunch of things about how the team is expecting great things, that they're looking to get better, how he thinks the team is going to get better, and more importantly, how the storied culture and history of Glade Central and that school in that area for area high school football is as good as it can get, and the guys are starting to buy in. Jupiter is taking on Palm Beach Central this week. That's another good one. Jason Cradman, the head coach of Jupiter Warrior football. Maybe we'll talk to him post-game, seeing if maybe they win the game. But number 9 is where Jupiter sits at. They're going to be disciplined. That is going to be a very good, high-scoring, potentially affair. Victory Prep is taking on Benjamin. Gateway Charter is taking on Boca Christian. Centennial is hosting Fort Pierce Westwood. John I is taking on Santa Lucia's. Maybe Santa Lucia's can get back in the win column tonight against John I. Lake Worth is hosting Park Vista. Masters Academy is hosting Oxbridge Academy. And Palm Beach Lakes is going to be taking on Wellington. So you got a lot to look forward to on the night slate of things. We got you up until 11 p.m. right here on ESPN 106.3, so make sure you stay tuned for that because we'll talk to a bunch of area high school coaches, including Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic, who won last night 41-0. We'll talk to him. We'll talk to a bunch of others. It should be a great time. Make sure you stay tuned for that and hang around post-game. HSS Florida, in sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain do get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida, they provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more by going to hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. So what we have heard is that there is lightning in South Florida. The sky is also blue, if you haven't heard. But, it's lightning in the early evening part, and I heard that there is a bit of a lightning delay up in Fort Pierce. But I also heard that the guys are back warming up. It is going to be a 7:10 kickoff instead of 7. They just had to push it about 10, 15 minutes. We still got you up until then. We'll hear from Christian Cat in just about 5 or so minutes, and he'll take you all the way up until kickoff. You'll hear from me back at halftime, as we'll have you with scoreboard updates throughout the day. But there was a bit of a lightning delay. There was a bit of a lightning delay at a number of games from throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. This is just the name of the game at this point in South Florida at this point in the season. But what we do is we will take a timeout, and on the other side of things, you will hear from Christian Cat, who is live on site at Fort Pierce Central. Make sure you tune in to our live stream where you could catch Fort Pierce Central, Vero Beach, and watch it. ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. We have updates from throughout the night, and you can watch it in full there. If you're not, you can listen to us on ESPN 106.3 and listen to our other local programming. That's Russo and Rizzo, theoretically speaking, which is 2 to 4 weekdays. Russo and Rizzo, which is 4 to 6 p.m. weekdays. So you got a bunch of sports coverage right here on these very airways. But what I'll do is send you off into break, and on the other side, Christian Cat will pick it up and send you through our HSS Game of the Week. That is going to be Vero Beach at 4-0 against Fort Pierce Central, also at 4-0 up in Fort Pierce. Stay tuned for that. Christian Cat on the other side, or HSS Game of the Week on ESPN 106.3.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
All right, let's talk about your game day routine. You've got the jersey, cooler, the tickets. But what about your ride? Show up looking like a champion with Unlimited Auto Wash Club. With 6 South Florida locations, every membership includes unlimited 100% hand washes, 1 per day, every day. From a quick exterior shine to the ultimate special with wax, Rain-X, and interior touch-ups, Unlimited Auto Wash keeps your car looking its best all season long. Call 561-WASH-ME-TOO or visit a location today.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Brought to you by FDOT.
Keiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Keiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Keiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Keiser University.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Anna Jar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Welcome on into Lawnwood Stadium for the HSS Game of the Week. It is Vero Beach heading south, taking on Fort Pierce Central. The Indians versus the Cobras. I'm Christian Catt on the call alongside Coach Al Shipman for our HSS Game of the Week. And, Coach, we had some news delivered to us before this game. We were looking at the field when we got here, and no one was warming up, and that was because, of course, of a lightning delay. That's the bad news. The good news is it's only going to delay the start of this game for 10 minutes. Is there anything that will throw these teams out of whack with such a small, subtle change like that, or is it business as usual once these guys get off the bus?
No, I think it's business as usual, to be honest with you. I think, playing here in Florida, you get used to it. You even doing practices with the heat index, you get pulled off and you have to go in the gymnasium or you got to go watch film. So I don't think that'll throw them off too bad with a 10-minute delay.
You've got a couple of undefeated teams, and Vero Beach is the #1 ranked team in the ESPN West Palm Top 10. That is ranking teams that are across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They have remained undefeated. They, of course, have a reputation that precedes themselves. But the last time we saw these two teams on a football field, not with pads on, was in the Keiser football 7-on-7 tournament in the championship game, and it was the Fort Pierce Central Cobras pulling off a little bit of an upset under head coach Mike Watkins last summer. Of course, 7-on-7, very different from 11-on-11. And pregame, you heard Theo Dorsey speak with the head coach of the Fort Pierce Central Cobras, and Coach Mike Watkins, he did his best to different sports, right. Different results. I'm sure it gave us a lot of confidence. What differences are so key when you look at those two styles of football?
I mean, a lot of teams going to 7-on-7, not even running their offense. They run 7-on-7 plays. Like when you align somebody up next to the center, that's not going to happen in a real football game. So they don't even run the plays that they'll generally run during the season. So I know as a former head coach, as a former football coach, I despise 7-on-7, to be honest with you. And it teaches you a bunch of bad habits.
Yeah.
You know, you're peeking in the backfield. You know, you're not putting the football away. You know, you're running with it out. I really did not like 7-on-7, but it is a necessary evil because a lot of these colleges are coming to these big 7-on-7s that they host at their facilities, and guys are getting scholarship offers off of that. So I get it. But 7-on-7 really doesn't mean anything, to be honest with you, because you can't duplicate the physicality from when you put the pads on.
And now the tail of the tape for these two teams, the unranked Fort Pierce Central Cobras taking on the number 1 ranked Vero Beach Fighting Indians here at Lawnwood Stadium. Under head coach Mike Watkins, their quarterback is junior Drew LaPlante. So far this season, don't want to jinx it, he's got 12 touchdowns passing the ball, no interceptions on a 74 completion percentage, throwing at about 152 passing yards per game. How important is it for your quarterback to take care of the football and not put it in harm's way, as well as junior quarterback LaPlante has done so far this season?
I tell you what, in a big game like this, you really want to try and establish a running game to try and help that quarterback out. You know there's going to be a lot of pressure coming from that defensive front of Vero, and they're going to get after it. They have athletes all around the field, and especially on defense. So it's going to be important to try and get out early. It depends on what kind of coverages they're going to get. Hopefully they'll play some zone coverage where he can get the ball out quick, get a couple of easy throws in, try and find some type of rhythm. But they're definitely going to need to try and establish the running game tonight to keep the ball out of harm's way.
Couple of questionable due to injuries on the Fort Pierce Central side. A word from head coach Mike Watkins. He got back to me last night. Jonathan Pierre, very impact player on the defensive side of the football. He is questionable, a very prominent force on that defensive line. Also, you want to look at the special teams for Fort Pierce Central because their kicker is out. Adam Karajek, he is out. And their punter is questionable, Danny Garcia, which really changes the dynamic of head coaching decisions when you cannot get points unless you physically put the football into the end zone. That is some adversity that Fort Pierce Central will be taking on tonight. On the flip side of things, with the number 1 ranked in the ESPN West Palm Top 10 Vero Beach Indians, their quarterback tonight is Ephraim White. He is a senior. That's not his natural position, but he stepped in because of the quarterback injury to Champ Mons, the very first game of the season, and Ephraim White's done a very good job so far this year. Also, 74 completion percentage, 9 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. That's through the air. On the ground, Ephraim White just as dangerous. 4 touchdowns on the ground, averaging almost 6 yards per rush. How important it is to have a dual threat quarterback when you're playing teams of these sizes and when you go throughout the season?
We were talking about a pregame. What kind of luxury is that to be able to have the number 1 dual threat quarterback in the state of Florida, and then your backup quarterback is a Florida State commit? So I tell you what, Fort Pierce potentially has a huge task on their hands tonight.
Yeah, certainly do. A lot of different weapons that are going to be at the disposal of senior quarterback Ephraim White. Xavier Stinson, of course, he was one half of the Batman and Robin Award that was given at this year's ESPN Top 63 Awards. So far, kind of kept in check, only 9 catches on the season, 48 yards per game on the reception side. He's got 2 touchdowns. Out of the backfield, you'll see him in the pass game and the run game is senior back Jonathan Hillsman. Those are a couple of names that you should get used to hearing here on the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. If you're just joining us here live on ESPN 106.3, we are delayed just about 10 minutes from the originally scheduled 7 p.m. kickoff time here in the Treasure Coast, here at Lawnwood Stadium for the HSS Game of the Week, Vero Beach versus Fort Pierce Central. The band of Fort Pierce Central is on the field getting ready for action. It's a battle of the unbeatens. Of course, both these teams sparkling on the season, both at 4-0. Coach, is there any little bit of superstition that you would have when you got off to a season start, undefeated, unblemished, where you have the same breakfast the morning of game day, or you take the same route to work, you get the same coffee? Is there any superstition that's going on out of these sidelines?
I know as a player, I definitely had some of those superstitions, but as a coach, no, man, you just want to stay the course, do what you've been doing, try and keep your kids positive or whatever the case may be. Don't make this, even though this is a huge game, you don't want to overhype the game. Just let them know, hey, man, they put their pants on just like we put our pants on. Let's just come out and play for fundamental football.
Fort Pierce Central looking to make a little bit of history despite trying to downplay that moment, just another game. Fort Pierce Central looking for their first 5-0 start since 2013, and that was also the last time that they did beat Vero Beach. That was a historic season for Fort Pierce Central. They went on to the regional finals that year. Well, we've got kickoff coming up next here live on ESPN 106.3 on the radio dial, but that is just one of the ways that you can take in the high school sports action under the Friday night lights tonight. For the first time ever in 2025, we are live streaming video-wise each and every one of our HSS games of the week on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Write it down if you're in the car right now. Maybe pull over first. At ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, also on Twitter and on Facebook. We will go to break, and when we come back, it's kickoff between the Cobras and the Indians here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Don't miss this game.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Hi, this is Scott Smith of Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. I have said it many times before, and I will continue to say it for many years to come. There is never a good time for a car accident to occur, and most certainly never ever a good time to suffer injuries in any type of an accident. The accident and its overall aftermath will usually cause pain, difficulty, and stress. Florida law allows accident victims to recover compensation for such losses, injuries, and damages. But such recovery is often not obtained easily and can require a lengthy fight with an insurance company. If you've been injured in an accident, call us now. Don't delay. The initial consultation is completely free of charge. The sooner you call us, the sooner we can put our experienced legal team to work for you. Don't hesitate or pause for another minute. Our experience, knowledge, and resources could be working for you just minutes after the call. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Breaking news on ESPN 106.3 is brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
This just in, we begin this hour with breaking news.
When news breaks, ESPN 106.3 has it covered.
We've had developments. ESPN 106.3 can now report.
When your vehicle breaks, St. Lucie Battery and Tire fixes it. Stay tuned to ESPN 106.3 for more breaking news. Brought to you by St. Lucie Battery and Tire.
F45 Training West Palm Beach offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. Sign up for F45 today and visit their West Palm Beach location. Featuring high-intensity group workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven, F45 always has the right workout for you. Not to mention, it takes just 45 minutes. Visit F45training.com today to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 Training family. F45, team training, life-changing.
The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tipped it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
Tired of being sidelined by a sports injury? Get back in the game with Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Whether you're a professional athlete or even a weekend warrior, you can get back to doing what you love with our compassionate orthopedic team. Experience a new level of care and get back to your best. Welcome to being treated like a pro. Make an appointment today at baptisthealth.net/ortho or call 833-556-6764.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Welcome on back to the press box here at Lawnwood Stadium. It's Fort Pierce Central. It's Vero Beach. It is the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. And we would not be able to cover high school football to the best of our ability, better than anybody else across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, without our wonderful partners, one of which was Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injured Lawyers. Proud to be the presenting sponsor of High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation. The sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You do not pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call right now. 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and right around here, Port St. Lucie. Again, I'm Christian Catt on the call for the HSS Game of the Week alongside Coach Al Shipman. Both teams are still slow to get ready on the field for kickoff. This game was delayed a little bit, still yet to have kicked off due to a lightning delay that didn't prevent any action happening, but it prevented warm-ups to happen, as these teams essentially just stayed on the buses for a lot longer than they normally would before they did warm up on the field. And the captains are lining up at the 50-yard line and will meet at midfield to decide who will get the football first. Coach, when you were on the sideline, did you always want the football first? Did you always want to defer? Or did it really depend on the team you had or the week of preparation you had? What decided for you what you want to do if you win the toss?
It definitely depends on who we were playing, but I would say 98% of the time I would always defer. You know, you want to be able to go in and make adjustments at halftime. You know, if you the golden rule is if it's going perfectly, you know, every head coach's perfect scenario is to get points going into the half and then get the ball back coming out of the half going into the third quarter.
And we are getting word from the sideline, actually. Kate Chumsland is here. And he is one of our ESPN West Palm reporters. Of course, you watch him on ESPN Top 63 every single football Friday night, where he breaks down the week that was in high school football alongside Theo Dorsey and Brian Rowitz for High School Game Day on the digital side. He's here on the sideline, and he said Champ Mons was warming up out of the slot tonight. Of course, Champ Mons came into the season as a starting quarterback for Vero Beach, committed to play at the next level. A lot of recruiters, a lot of scouts are watching him play. So we'll see if he is getting targeted by most of the season starting quarterback Ephraim White here earlier today at Lawnwood Stadium. As they are taking care of the coin toss right now at midfield, is a perfect time to remind you that one of the good spots you might want to go after the game after the game that you're going to tonight might be Duffy's Sports Grill. They're a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Duffy's once again was voted the best sports grill with their award-winning burgers and wings. They have weekday lunch deals, including the Duffy's Double Play starting at just $7.99. Also, make sure you sign up for free to get your Duffy's MVP card, and you can start earning rewards today. With over 80 TVs in each location, you will never miss a minute of the action or the biggest fights. Duffy's has all of them. Visit duffysmvp.com to learn more. Coach, I trust you had your eyes on the field. Did you see what happened to the result of the coin toss?
Listen, to be honest with you, I was looking down there. I was just looking at the size. I was just looking at the size of the Vero players compared to Fort Pierce, and it's a little alarming, to be honest with you. Now, obviously, you don't necessarily have to send your biggest players out doing the coin toss, but all of those guys were skill guys, and Vero Beach's skill guys, they look good. They look like Division I players right now.
And Coach, when there is a size disadvantage, what do you normally, how do you scheme around that? When you might not have the size advantage, you kind of going against some bigger bodies. What are some tactics, some ways to combat that?
So for me, like if it's a defense, this said defensive line, for instance, we might trap them. We might not block them at all and just try and do something where we're trying to fool them, misdirection, things of that nature. If it's somebody in the secondary, you want to try and do some rub routes, things of that nature. But your hands are tied when you're going against better athletes, to be honest with you.
Vero Beach about to take the field. Fort Pierce Central just did, with a bunch of a crowd going nuts right below us, but Vero Beach not too far away. They went, they traveled well on the visiting bleachers here at Lawnwood Stadium. Vero Beach is wearing their dark gray bottoms, white tops, white helmets. For Fort Pierce Central, the Cobras have black pants, purple jerseys, and purple helmets. If you're watching live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, you already saw that uniform combination. You're going to see every single touchdown, every tackle, every HSS first down. That is your friendly reminder that we are video live streaming each and every HSS game of the week on YouTube, on X at ESPN Top 63 and YouTube, and even on Facebook. Maybe you're a parent that has a Facebook group with one of these schools' fellow parents. Share us on Facebook at ESPN West Palm. We had several thousand tune in to our big-time matchup between Pahokee and Cardinal Newman. I believe that total keeps on rising above 50,000 viewers in that big-time matchup of our ESPN Top 10. Vero Beach will get the football first as their return team jogs out onto the field. Fort Pierce Central will kick it from the 40-yard line on the near hash mark. Reminder about injuries on special teams for Fort Pierce Central. Looks like Daniel Garcia, who is listed as questionable, is on the field, and he will kick this one deep for the Cobras. Vero's ready, Central's ready, you are ready, and we are ready. Here live on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63 on YouTube. It is a low bouncer to the second level for Vero Beach, returnable at the 30-yard line and skipping out of bounds before the 35. And that is where Vero Beach will start their evening on offense, right at the 34-yard line. Again, that is where the Vero Beach Indians will set up shop and begin this evening on the HSS Game of the Week. Myself is Christian Kett alongside the coach, Al Shipman. Buckle in, folks. Here's to another exciting week of high school football in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast here at Lawnwood Stadium for the HSS Game of the Week. So Vero Beach out on offense first. See a couple of heads turned towards the sideline as Ephraim White jogs out onto the field, presumably with the play call. Coach, you're waiting all week, and all of that preparation leads to tonight. It's a week-by-week league, and you got to imagine both these teams are antsy to get out on there because this game is starting about 16 minutes past when it was scheduled for.
Hey, listen, I thought that Fort Pierce may try and do something like that, see if they can get an early break. That they went with the squib kick. Maybe, we can get a shock play, grab the momentum. Those are things that that you kind of do if you feel like you're a little bit outmanned. But the downside to that, you gave them great field position.
It almost looks like an NFL game with the drives primarily starting at the 30, 35, 40-yard line in 2025. So Ephraim White's in the shotgun. He's got three receivers bunched up close to the line to the right on the right hash mark. It's a handoff. Left side, stiff arm and tackled at the line of scrimmage. No going that time for Jonathan Hillsman, the starting running back for Vero Beach. No gain on 1st and 10, bringing up 2nd and 10 for Vero Beach.
It was a great job by the defensive line there. Everybody stayed in their gaps. They did not fall for the pulls and things of that nature. Linebackers came in field. That was a great play by the defense.
In the shotgun, White with two receivers right, lone receiver split out wide to the left. White claps his hands, takes snaps, another handoff. Hillsman gets swallowed up between the guards and goes backwards. He loses a yard on 2nd and 10. It's 3rd down and 11. Backing up Vero Beach behind the sticks.
Fort Pierce defensive line came to play. They're lining up in the gaps and they're pinching, so they're taking away those runs right now. Now, I will say this. I'm looking at the secondary. I was surprised that Vero Beach didn't come out and try and throw it there. Those defensive backs are playing about 10 yards off, which means they're playing some type of zone coverage.
Couple of bodies up on the line. Fort Pierce Central might send a lot on a blitz. There's 6 guys lined up. They send 4 of them. It's a draw play up the middle. Ephraim White on the QB draw. Gets to the 40-yard line. Gains several. Not enough to move the chains for an HSS 1st down. It'll be 4th down and 4 as Vero Beach goes 3 and out to start the night. Fort Pierce Central forces that 3 and out. And the punt team comes out of the field for head coach Lenny Jankowski's bunch.
Great way to start the game off for Fort Pierce Central, getting that 3 and out. Now let's hopefully see what they can do on offense, see if they can put a drive together and flip field position.
Jay Moore to punt this one away. It goes off the right edge of his foot. Not a good punt. It bounces short of the 40-yard line. It bounces past it, and then will roll out of bounds at the 39-yard line. So Fort Pierce Central gets the start that they dream about on defense. Can Mike Watkinson's bunch carry the momentum on the offensive side of the football?
Very surprising to me. Vero looks a little tight right now. They're not playing the Vero type of football that we're used to seeing. So we'll see if they can settle down here in the next couple of plays and see how this thing goes.
9:57 reads the clock in the first quarter. No score as Fort Pierce Central gets the football for the first time tonight. Drew LaPlante, the junior quarterback, is in the shotgun with trips receivers to his right. Ball on the left hash mark. LaPlante claps his hands, fires a swing pass to the right side. Some space there across the line of scrimmage, 5 yards deep and out of bounds. Solid gain that time for Fort Pierce Central. The catch was made out of the backfield. Kyron Pratt on the catch.
That was just an extension of the run game. That was a pass thrown behind the line of scrimmage. Had your receivers out blocking. It's almost like a toss play. Picking up 5 on 1st down, that's huge.
2nd and 5 for the Cobras. Ball on the far hash now as LaPlante fires it. Another swing pass, this time behind the line of scrimmage. Not much going there. Swallowed up in the backfield. It's a loss as Dwayne Simon couldn't find any open space.
Now, the difference between this play and what they ran on 1st down was Vero was definitely in some type of zone coverage, and they were back off about 8 to 10 yards. So there was a lot more room for the receivers to block. On that last play, they were a lot closer to the line of scrimmage, and everybody ran to the football, and that's what caused the loss on the down.
From 2nd and 5 to 3rd down and 14. The ball all the way back to the 35-yard line. Line to gains the 49. LaPlante pumps right, then fires a tunnel screen across the middle of the field. Sidestep across the 40. At the 45-yard line, still on his feet, across midfield, HSS 1st down. Big catch and conversion. That number 1 target, it's senior Marquand Burgess on the conversion. Move the chains into plus territory for the Cobras.
Excellent play call. They've thrown 2 balls behind the line of scrimmage. That was a similar looking play, but this time they ran a screen off of it. Excellent play call.
1st and 10 after the HSS 1st down for Fort Pierce Central. LaPlante claps his hands. Snap and Platt is just planted in the backfield. A herky-jerky beginning to that play on 1st and 10, and Fort Pierce Central pays the price with a loss of 2 yards, 2nd and 12.
Not only that, Vero brought some pressure that time. They brought an extra guy, one more than Fort Pierce could block, and that's what caused the loss on the down.
Fort Pierce Central undefeated, but not ranked in the ESPN top 10. A good performance here tonight might change that. LaPlante in the shotgun, quarterback for Central. No score in this one with 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. Deep ball on the far sideline, double coverage. It is intercepted. What a one-handed play down at the 10-yard line. Robert Michael, what a play. Excuse me, Michael Robert, what a play.
Wow. I tell you what, man, that was one heck of a play by that safety. For a second, it looked like the receiver had a step, and the safety just came out of nowhere and made that play one-handed grab. That kid would definitely be playing on Saturdays.
Oh, sticking out his right paw and just snapping that one out of the air like he had super glue. It is 1st and 10, Vero Beach on a crazy interception. Fireworks here early at Lawnwood Stadium. 8:04 to play in the first quarter. Indians get the football back. 1st and 10 from their own 10-yard line. Ephraim White in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers to the left side. Claps his hands. Quick wide receiver screen left side behind the line of scrimmage. And all hats go to the football to drive him back. Little, if any, maybe backwards that time goes the Vero Beach offense. Good pursuit to the football by the Fort Pierce Central defense.
I was curious to see how Fort Pierce would react coming off of that turnover, because it seems like they were taking the momentum and, giving up a turnover right there in that situation. Sometimes you can put your head down and lose momentum.
It's a loss of 1, 2nd and 11. In the shotgun, Ephraim White takes the snap. It's a handoff. Hillsman runs up the middle of the field, found some open space, gets the HSS first down. A burst up the middle once he shot the gap. Jonathan Hillsman, a gain of around 15 or 16 yards. They're going to spot him at the 27-yard line.
That's the same play that they opened up the game with, and Fort Pierce was able to stuff that play. It seems that Vero, they see something, they schemed up on something, they're going to continue to run that counter.
1st and 10 for Vero Beach on offense. No score in this one with 6:50 to play in the first quarter. Vero Beach changes up their offensive formation. Now they have 3 receivers to the left and a running back to the right. White takes a snap, design quarterback run off the right side on a power. Across the 30, staying on his feet, then ripped out of bounds past the 35-yard line. A solid gain that time from Ephraim White. He may have gotten the line to gain. They're going to mark him 1 yard short. 2nd and 1 for Vero Beach. Almost halfway through this first quarter, no score between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach. Vero going from a left to right in this first quarter on offense. Fort Pierce Central on offense is going from right to left in the first quarter of play. 2nd and 1 from the 36-yard line. One man split out wide to the left, and 3 receivers bunched up close to the line on the right side. It's another design quarterback power off the right side. Ephraim White across the 40, 45, 50. Sidestepping the sideline, tightrope rather, and he gets out of bounds past midfield. It's an HSS first down. There is a flag, it looks like, on the field. Down the field at the 47. This could be a hold down the field, which would back up Vero, and that is going to be the case. And that will be the penalty yards taken off from where the penalty was taking place, as that hold was not on the offensive line, but rather yards down the field. So we'll see where exactly they spot this football, but they take away the HSS first down.
Yeah, that was one of the receivers out on the perimeter. Got his hands outside, out on the shoulder pads instead of inside, so the refs can't see that. That's the old cheat code there.
Yeah.
But I will say this, Vero is starting to impose their will in the running game, which is going to force Fort Pierce to bring another guy in the box and test that arm of the quarterback to see if he can start making some plays with his arm.
A timeout is called on the field for a water break. It is a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds seconds. It is 2nd down and 11 coming up. That's the official spot. 2nd down and 11 coming up for Vero Beach. 5:56 to play in the first quarter. No score here on the HSS Game of the Week at Lawnwood Stadium.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Ball moved to the 37-yard line, 2nd and 10, after a big run play by Ephraim White on the quarterback. Power was moved back on the holding call, and it will be replaying first down, it appears. Yes, first down and 10 for Vero Beach as they adjust the down marker across the field and the chain gang gets all set up. 5:56 to play in the first quarter. No score between Vero Beach and Fort Pierce Central. Again, first down as Ephraim White will be in the shotgun with trips receivers to the left for the Vero Beach offense. Starting running back, Jonathan Hillsman is to the right of White. Ball on the right hash mark. Takes a snap. Hillsman on the carry. Up the middle. Found some space. Drags tacklers forward past the 45-yard line, and he might have gotten enough to move the chains for an HSS first down. Initial spot will move the chains for Vero Beach. Ball to the 47.
Well, there's that counter play again. You know, they stuffed it the first couple of times that they ran it, and now you think about it, they're picking up 8, 10, 12, 15 yards a clip on that. That's what I'm saying. They're going to have to bring another guy down in the box. They're trying to play it with a too high safety, and I get it. They're lining up in a trips formation, but somebody's going to have to come down. They need an extra guy down in the box to be able to help out run support.
1st and 10, Vero. It's their second drive of the game. The first one was a 3-and-out. It's a quarterback run up the middle, and Ephraim White gets stuffed. Pulled it out of the belly of his tailback, and then he was met immediately in the hole by the big man, Floyd Reynolds, on the tackle. They're going to stop him for a 1-yard loss, 2nd down and 11 at the 46-yard line.
That was a run pass option. I think he predetermined he wanted to keep that one. If he had given that one the running back, he had plenty of room coming around there on this right side. So Fort Pierce they were fortunate on that one.
2nd down and 11 off that 1-yard tackle for loss. In the shotgun, White motions over his receiver that was split out wide to the left, is now in a bunch set close to the line. It's a handoff. Hillsman on the carry. Up the middle again. Bruising bodies. Gets brought down short of the line to gain past midfield. Spot the football at the 47-yard line. Make it the 46. 3rd down and 3 coming up for the Vero Beach offense, which might be 2-down territory here for the Indians. 3:49 to play in the first quarter with the clock rolling. No score between Vero and Central.
This is definitely 2-down territory, especially depending on what they pick up on this drive, on this particular play right here. And at this side of the field, this is definitely 2-down territory.
Ephraim White in the shotgun. He's got trips receivers to the right. Quarterback power right side again. Gaping wide hole. HSS first down, a little bit more. Trucking tacklers. Gets past the 35-yard line, and they mark the football right there at the 35. HSS first down. Move the chains for Vero Beach. It's their second possession of the game, and they are looking machine-like on offense. 3:15 to play in the first quarter. No score between the Cobras and the Indians. 1st and 10, Vero.
Vero is starting to impose their will on Fort Pierce in the run game here right now. And I tell you what, Coach may have to get a timeout. I'm not sure if they have sideline huddle, but they're going to have to definitely make some adjustments coming up here.
1st and 10, pistol formation. I believe it's the first time we've seen that look so far this evening from Jankowski's bunch at Vero. In the shotgun, White claps his hands, takes a snap. It's another carry. Hillsman's got a lot of space. 30, 35 stumbles, brought down at the 20-yard line. Move the chains for the HSS. First down, 1st and 10. In the red zone goes the Indian offense.
See, Kat, I don't know if you were paying attention to that last play. Defensively, Fort Pierce, they were standing up. They were kind of just moving around because they didn't want Vero to get a bead on where they were lining up. But the bad thing about that is you're not set. You're not prepared. You're back 2 yards. You can't do that. They ran the play. They're lucky that they didn't bust that one for a touchdown.
So an injury timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. We'll take a timeout with them here live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, on Twitter at ESPN Top 63, and on Facebook at ESPN West Palm. No score, but Vero Beach has the football, and we'll actually stay right here as the injury timeout will be short-lived. The clock reads 2:35 to play in this first quarter. Still no score, but Vero Beach is looking very strong on offense. Their second drive of the night, they got stopped. They tried to establish the run early, and they didn't find much success early. But on the second drive of the night, they are finding that run-game success.
But if that's the game plan, you don't want to get out of your game plan just because you get stuffed on your first drive.
1st and 10 for Vero at the 20-yard line in plus territory. Jet sweep, no, it's a counter. Run from the right side. Ephraim White keeps it. He gets tackled 2 yards down past the line of scrimmage. A gain of 2 sets up 2nd and 8.
Yeah, they tried to come with some misdirection there. Fort Pierce Central did not bite on it. Everybody stayed gap sound, and that's why they were able to minimize that gain.
So 2nd and 8 coming up for the Vero Beach offense. 1:54 to play in this first quarter. No score. Vero has the football at the 18-yard line in the red zone, trying to open up the scoring in this one. 2 tight end set, pistol formation. Ephraim White in the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers, one to the right and one split out wide to the left. It's another carry. Hillsman gets met in the backfield, trucks one guy, but he can't truck the 2 others that meet at the ball carrier. It's no gain on 2nd and 8. 3rd down and 8 coming up for Vero.
And that's what we were talking about. They brought that safety down, and he that gave them an extra man that Vero could not handle. He's not accounted for being down in the box, and they were able to get a loss on the play.
Clock approaching 60 seconds remaining in this first quarter of the HSS Game of the Week at Lawnwood Stadium. Game delayed 10 minutes, give or take, because of a delay that happened pregame, preventing these teams from warming up before this district matchup. Very well might feel like a district championship game with how we look Treasure Coast look earlier on in the season. And now a timeout is going to be called before this pivotal 3rd and 8 called by Vero Beach. And now we will go to a timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 50 seconds to play in the first quarter. No score. Vero has the football on the 18-yard line in plus territory with a 3rd and 8 on the other side on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
3rd and 8 for Vero Beach. White in the shotgun. Fires a quick slant route. Intercepted, going the other way. This could be 6. Across the 40, 45, 50, 40, 30, 25, 20, 15. Sidestep inside the 10-yard line. White makes the tackle, but a bigger play was made by the Central Cobras. Brandon Cummings on the pick and return. How about that change of emotion?
Oh, my. That was huge. Oh, my God. Now you're talking about a momentum changer. That was huge. Now, Fort Pierce has to punch this ball in right now. They have to get points off of this.
Return goes from all the way from the 15-yard line inside of the Vero Beach 10. What a pick and what a big play from Fort Pierce Central as Cummings jumped the route and was off to the races. A big hustle play from quarterback Ephraim White to take some points, possibly off the scoreboard if the defense of Vero Beach can stand tall here. But the momentum has shifted back and forth, back and forth. Of course, that's the second interception of the game. One from each side now. Spot the football at the 9-yard line. LaPlante in the shotgun. Takes a snap. It's a handoff up the middle. Platt across the 5. Dragging tacklers into the end zone. Touchdown Cobras! Kyron Platt from 9 yards out stretches the football over the goal line in for 6. It's a touchdown brought to you by Racetrack.
Fort Pierce did exactly what they had to do off of that huge turnover. Now the ball goes back to Vero, and all the pressure is on Vero.
So a touchdown on the first play of this drive after a massive swing. That could have been a 14-point swing with Vero Beach looking very strong on offense. They had the football in the red zone, and a pick returned almost 80 yards or over 80 yards the other direction. And on for the point after is Garcia. Snap, hold, kick is not going to be attempted. There was some early movement on the offensive line. They blow the point after play dead. As it stands, 6-0 Fort Pierce Central before the results of this point after is final. 28 seconds to play in the first quarter.
I tell you, that's a crusher, man. Vero had a 10-play plus drive. Like I said, they looked like they were imposing their will, and then not only not get points, but to give up turnover and then have Fort Pierce to score on them.
Early movement will back up 5 yards. Fort Pierce Central on the point after. Snap, hold, kick is blocked. No chance there. It's going to be whistled dead. So a no good extra point by Fort Pierce Central, but that does not take the touchdown off the board. And the momentum is in the sails of the Fort Pierce Central Cobras sideline. Fort Pierce Central 6, Vero Beach 0 with 28 seconds to play in this first quarter. Back in 30 seconds, live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube. Watch the game live on ESPN Top 63.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Yeah, we're coming to your city.
Welcome to the 7A District 11 game between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach. It's the HSS game of the week at Lawnwood Stadium with 28 seconds to play in this first quarter. 6-0. Fort Pierce Central has the lead, and they will kick this one out of bounds as Vero Beach will get the football back after an incredible interception by Cummings for Central that set up a goal-to-go situation from the 9-yard line for Fort Pierce Central, and Platt drove it on in from there on the carry out of the backfield. Again, Kyron Platt with a 9-yard touchdown run brought to you by Racetrack. But another short kick there from Fort Pierce Central will set up Vero Beach with pretty good field position as they get the football back. Trying to continue, it was one interception, the lone mistake on that drive for Vero Beach on offense, and Ephraim White. But they had a lot of offensive success on that previous drive. They'll try to build on that, focus on the good and not dwell on the bad on their third drive of the game.
I got a question for you. Do you think them kicking the ball out of bounds is respect for the skill guys of Vero, or do you just have that much confidence in your defense?
I think it's not allowing the speed that Vero Beach has in the return game, not giving them a chance. And they're going to cut their losses with the ball at the 40-yard line. And Ephraim White in the shotgun. He's got trips left, lone receiver right. It's a quarterback power off the right side. Goes to the middle as he cuts up field, and he gains 8 on that first down quarterback carry. Designed run. It's second down and 2. Line to gain is midfield. This will bring us all the way to the end of the first quarter on the HSS game of the week. and they'll only have to move the football 4 yards. You'll go from one 48-yard line to the other as we flip sides at the end of the first quarter. How about this one? Fort Pierce Central 6, Vero Beach 0. Is it possible there could be an upset brewing at Lawnwood Stadium? Fort Pierce Central trying to get some home cooking going and improve to 5-0 on the season for the first time since 2013. Vero Beach trying to put their foot down and keep the status quo. We'll be right back in 30 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztil Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Get a free duct cleaning with any new unit. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members earn an extra visit and $50 each year toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztilac.com. That's 561-232-6366. Keep your cool with Aztil Air.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Into the second quarter we go in the HSS game of the week between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach. Vero has the football, 2nd and 2 from the 48-yard line, short of midfield. Play action pass. White steps up, heavy pressure. Now he's going to roll to his right, point downfield, tuck it and run. Off the races goes White across the 40, 35, well past the line to gain, and he is in plus territory to the 31-yard line. Ephraim White with some football IQ, using his body language to slow up the defense of Fort Pierce Central, just pointing downfield while he was picking up speed, picking up momentum, and picking up yards. Goes from the 48-yard line behind midfield all the way up to the 31. A gain of around 23. Horrible at math, Coach. Sorry about that.
I'm curious to know what his 40 time is. He just hit a different gear just then. He's definitely the fastest kid on the field.
First down and 10 for Vero Beach from the 32-yard line. Into the second quarter we go. Fort Pierce Central with a 6-0 lead. Carry right side. Flag in the backfield, but bouncing bodies all the way to the 20-yard line. A strong carry that time by Jonathan Hillsman of the Vero Beach Indians, but this one could be coming back due to either a hold or an illegal block in the backfield.
No, it's going to be unnecessary roughness, I think. They hit the quarterback. They hit the quarterback for no reason. That's just a bad play by that defensive lineman.
There has been some option, some mesh between quarterback and running back. I don't think that was an option for Ephraim White to keep the football, so kind of inexcusable that time from Fort Pierce Central, where you get a little bit amped up and you want to deliver hits and you psych yourself out and hurt yourself and your team in the instant. So tack on more penalty yardage due to the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Move the football, knock it on the door of a goal-to-go situation. The football spotted at the 11-yard line. In the red zone, 1st and 10 from the 11. Hillsdale, handoff, right side once again, and he gets brought down inside the 10 to around the 7.5-yard line. Hillsman the carry.
I tell you what, they have found something schematically running the ball weak into the boundary, whether it be with the quarterback or with the running back. The last 5 running plays have gone into the boundary.
Jonathan Hillsman has been a big source of the offense for Vero Beach so far in this game. More often than not, the touches have gone to him. Hillsman this season averaging almost 100 yards from scrimmage per game. Gets a lot of play in the pass game and, of course, the run game. Motion out the slot receiver from the left side all the way to the far outside to the left. As Ephraim White, design quarterback run, right side, they free up space, sidestep, streaking to the goal line. Is he in? Yeah, he is! Ephraim White in for 6. It's a touchdown brought to you by Racetrack.
There it is. We were just talking about that. Right now, Fort Pierce is calling the strength to the field, which means the field is the widest part and the most field to cover. So they're weak off in the boundary there, and Vero is definitely exposing that.
Remember, the point after for Fort Pierce Central was no good. It was blocked, and we had some question marks regarding their special teams coming into the game, and it came to fruition there. Good field position to give into Vero every time they touched the ball, and now that point after was no good. Here's Vero Beach's point after to try to take the lead. The kick is up Is it good? And you betcha it is. Vero Beach takes a 7-6 lead with 10:43 to play in the first half. Back in 60 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63.
Super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3, Vero Beach strikes back after Fort Pierce Central opened up the game with a 9-yard touchdown run by Platt. Vero Beach drives down the field, goes 60 yards for the score on a Ephraim White touchdown run. It's 7-6, Vero Beach on top of Fort Pierce Central, and Vero kicks this one deep and out of the back of the end zone for the first kickoff of the game for Vero, as Fort Pierce Central Cobras will start with the football on their own half of the field. 10:43 to play in this first half. Really haven't seen too much from the Fort Pierce Central offense yet because of a pair of interceptions. Only one of them was thrown by themselves. The other one was thrown by Vero, but it set them up inside the 10-yard line, and they scored a touchdown on a Platt run on the first play of that drive. We'll see how much play running back Kyron Platt gets here on this next drive for the Cobras. From the 20-yard line starts the Cobras. Plant claps his hands, but this play is blown dead before it begins. They're looking for an out route on the left side, but it never comes to fruition. Might be some early movement going against, it began offsides against the defense of Vero Beach.
That's going to be an offsides on. I saw two people. I saw a defensive lineman, but I also saw the cornerback out here to our side of the field. He reached over and actually touched the receiver, so it could have been on him as well.
So 1st and 5 will reset. Cobras' job gets a little bit easier to get an HSS first time now as the ball's at the 25-yard line. 1st and 5 for Fort Pierce Central with 10:42 to play in the second quarter. It's a quarterback power to Plant. Fighting forward, gets close to the line to gain. The far official gives him it, and the near official has him just a half-yard short as Drew DePlant uses his legs there. Threw his first interception of the season on the first offensive drive of the game for Pierce Central. Of course, that is if the Max Preps stat sheets are correct. So it'll be 2nd down and inches for Fort Pierce Central. They rule he did not get the first down. About 10 minutes to go in this first half. DePlant claps his hands, the hard count. A lot of movement at the trenches, and this might be a first down. Waiting the call to see who exactly did jump too early. It is another early movement from the defense. Encroachment will give a first down to Fort Pierce Central. Ball moves up to the 35-yard line. 1st and 10, Cobras.
It's the defensive end on the left side, and coach is a little upset with him, just pulling him out. He took him out of the game, but he's just going to talk to him and say, hey, man, you got to hold your water in there.
Fullback and a running back in the backfield with DePlant. Hard count again. It's a swing pass backwards across the 30-yard line. 35, sidesteps, gets close to the 40-yard line. It'll be a gain on first down. Good mobility in the backfield by Von Derek Adams. It's a gain of 5. 2nd and 5 coming up for Fort Pierce Central.
Cat, we're going back to that first drive that they had. Vero is really respecting this passing game of Fort Pierce Central because the way that they're playing off. And once you play off like that, again, you allow those receivers to get up into you, and you get that ball out there. That's an easy pitch and catch, 5 yards every time.
Trips receivers to the right side. They motion one of them out behind the quarterback. DePlant takes a snap, rolling to his right. Good protection, not many rushing him. He rolls to his right and runs out of bounds at the 41-yard line. DePlant kind of had all time and panicked a little bit, maybe unnecessarily. He gets sacked essentially. Actually, no, he gains a couple of yards. And we'll move the football to the 42-yard line. Line to gain is the 45. 3rd down and 4 coming up for Fort Pierce Central. As DePlant barks orders to his offensive line in the shotgun. He's got trips left, lone receiver right. Claps his hands on the hard count. 3 down linemen for Vero Beach. 9 minutes to go in the first half. 7-6, Vero on top. Central with the football. Got to get 4 here to keep the drive alive. It is a quarterback keeper, DePlant, bouncing it right side across the 45-yard line. It's an HSS first down. Move the chains for Fort Pierce Central. DePlant bumped into one of his own blockers initially, but kept his footing, went right, and got enough to move the chains. Spot the football at the 47, 1st and 10 Central.
But that time, Vero only had 5 defenders in the box. So they were outnumbered with the quarterback run, which would give them 6 numbers. So that was an easy run. That was an easy first down pickup for them.
DePlant is in the backfield alongside his number 1 running back, Kyron Platt, who has the lone Central touchdown in this game. Found the end zone from 9 yards out on a good stretch at the end. Platt gets the football across the 45 on a carry. Dragging tacklers across midfield. He is a load to bring down. Gets all the way to midfield. It's a gain of 3 yards, but he was met in the backfield and just enforced his will and got actually all the way past midfield, nearly to the 49. 2nd down coming up for Central.
I think Central has taken a little bit of out of the playbook of Vero, and they're starting to run weak into that boundary. I think Vero, they're starting to put more people to the field, which means obviously you have less people in the boundary. So I think if they continue to stay in that formation, and I think they may be able to find something here running to that right side.
Awesome atmosphere here at Lawnwood Stadium where you have both sidelines represented, and there is a pre-snap penalty as there might be too many players on the field for one side or another. The flag and the whistle was blown as soon as the offensive huddle was broken, but before the penalty, a timeout is going to be called, so no penalty yards assessed to either team. Timeout called by Fort Pierce Central. That might have saved themselves a penalty. 7:26 to play in this first half. 7-6, Vero Beach on top of Fort Pierce Central. We'll be right back in 30 seconds after this sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Central with the football. 2nd down and 6. Motion, one of the tight ends of the upbacks to the left side, designed quarterback power on the Wildcat. Fighting forward to the 45-yard line. A direct snap that time went to Antonio Hill Jr. And Hill Jr. sets up a 3rd and short on that unconventional package that we haven't seen so far this evening for Fort Pierce Central. I guess that's why the timeout was used. Maybe the huddle was odd, and they wanted to make sure they got that play exactly right where yards might come at a premium. 3rd down and around 3, 2.5 coming up as they'll spot that football just inside the 46-yard line. Line to gain is the 43. As the Cobras have the football in plus territory, looking for an HSS first down. 6:44 to play in this first half. Vero 7, Fort Pierce Central 6. Same formation as Hill Jr. might be taking this snap. There's 2 guys back there that could catch it. Instead, looks like Jacoby Blackwood is the one directing traffic. He gets the snap, he gets the carry, he gets the HSS first down. Chugging forward across the line to gain. Gets to the 41-yard line, move the chains for Fort Pierce Central. And now jogging back out onto the field for Central is Drew LaPlante. That quarterback that we've seen most of the evening for Fort Pierce Central, but back-to-back plays of direct snaps to skill players moves the chains for Fort Pierce Central. We will take another timeout, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. This time it's a hydration break, and we'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3. Good time to remind you that the Keiser Seahawks are all about championships, both on the field and in the classroom. I told you on the field. How about 26 national championships? That's right, with how young these Keiser Seahawk programs are. 26, incredible. How about the men's tennis team? They won their first ever NAIA title last spring, and men's lacrosse completed a three-peat last spring. How about Keiser football? Went back to the NAIA National Championship game last year, a year after winning the whole thing. They've got their next game next Saturday, October 4th, versus Thomas. Get the latest on championship Keiser Seahawk athletic programs at kuseahawks.com. A lot of the names you hear under the Friday Night Lights all season long, you might see in a Keiser Seahawk uniform future in their career. 1st and 10 for Fort Pierce Central from the 41-yard line in plus territory. Play action pass across the middle, slant route, incomplete. It was right in the hands of his intended target, Dwayne Simon, but there was a flag in the backfield. It might have been on the hit on the quarterback, LaPlante. At least that's when it looked like the flag came out after LaPlante was planted on his butt. We'll see if that is the official ruling. And yes, personal foul, roughing the passer called against Vero Beach. Those 15 yards will give a first down to Fort Pierce Central. Move the football all the way inside the 30-yard line to the 26. And Fort Pierce Central is mounting up a little bit of a drive here. 6:19 to play in the first half. Vero 7, Fort Pierce Central 6. 1st and 10, Cobras. Now we've seen 2 unsportsmanlike conduct or roughing the passer penalties, one on either side now. Pressure from the right side. Wide receiver screen off the left side. Simon on the screen, and he gets brought down 1 yard past the line of scrimmage. A gain of 1 sets up 2nd and 9. Again, Dwayne Simon on the catch.
Excellent open field tackle there. And if you notice, they tried to bring some pressure from the boundary because Fort Pierce Central had found something over there. The last 4 to 5 runs that they had came into the boundary. So even the play before that, they shifted over to the field and then ran counter back to the boundary, and that's how they picked up that first down. So Vero trying to make some adjustments there.
2nd and 9 for Fort Pierce Central. Wing T formation, it looks like. Fullback and a running back alongside DePlant. Pressure from his right side. They show it and they send it. Fired across the middle. It's swatted at the line of scrimmage and hits the ground. Incomplete. 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Fort Pierce Central offense. They have the football at the 25-yard line, knocking on the door of the red zone. They're in plus territory.
That may be a blessing in disguise that ball was knocked down because there were a lot of white shirts over there where he was throwing that football.
Clock reads 5:25 to play in the first half. Vero 7, Fort Pierce Central 6. Here live on ESPN 106.3, that FM radio dial stretching as north as Vero, as south as Boca, as west as the Muck, all the way to the coast. DePlant in the shotgun. He's got his tailback to his right. Play action pass. Rolling to his right. DePlant looking for somebody open. Fires it deep down the field to the goal line. Jump ball. Nearly caught in the deflection, but it's an incomplete pass. Ruled out of bounds. Incomplete pass. The intended target was not the man who came up with the football, Marquand Burgess. It was instead the receiver behind him, Antonio Hill Jr. Double covered was Hill Jr. The ball got swatted out of that cluster of bodies, and Burgess came up with the football. I thought the ball hit the ground, but that's not even the ruling on the field. They're ruling that it was caught, but he was out of bounds. So it's 4th and 9 coming up for Fort Pierce Central after that incomplete pass. If you're watching live on YouTube, you have something I can't do, which is replay the play and see what you saw. Going forward is Fort Pierce Central. Injuries on special teams have them rolling the dice here. At the 25-yard line in the shotgun, Drew LaPlante motions over his running back to the right side. It's Platt. And LaPlante takes the snap, drops back to pass. Good protection, steps up, fires to the goal line, end zone. It's caught for a touchdown! A drop in the bucket. What a throw! And a catch made by Marquand Burgess. Cobras lead 12-7.
That was big time. That was a big time throw and catch there. But I tell you what, he could not have thrown that ball any better. He dropped that sucker right in the basket.
I mean, that was a throw that you see during a college quarterback's pro day, where you have a basket out there 40 yards down the field and you got to drop it in the garbage can. What a throw from junior quarterback Drew LaPlante.
In traffic, too.
In traffic is right. There is only one spot that football could have been for a touchdown. A little bit short, it's intercepted. A little bit long, it's intercepted. A little bit to the right, it's out of bounds, and it's a turnover on downs. Fort Pierce Central with the touchdown, brought to you by Racetrack. Garcia on to kick the extra point through. The first one of these was blocked. Snap, hold, kick is high. Is it through? Yes, it is. Touchdown and extra point. 13-7, Fort Pierce Central has a lead over Vero Beach with 5:05 to play in this first half.
Got a game here, man.
We certainly do at Lawnwood Stadium, a battle of the unbeatens. Fort Pierce Central taking on Vero Beach in this district matchup. Tell your friends, tell your family to tune in on YouTube. Watch this game. You see every tackle, you see every touchdown, you see every big play. If you're listening like you have historically the past 20 years on ESPN 106.3, make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Go back a little bit and watch that throw from Drew LaPlante. What a play to give the Cobras a 6-point lead. Again, 5:05 to play in this first half. 13-7, Fort Pierce Central strikes back. A couple of big plays from the Cobras in this game. One was an interception. They returned from their own 16-yard line all the way inside the opposite 10-yard line, then converted that into a Platte touchdown on the first touch of that offensive drive. And that touchdown on 4th and 9 made magic happen. 25-yard, I believe, touchdown catch from Burgess. Garcia to kick this one away. It's a low onside squibbish kick. It's returned by Vero Beach from the 35-yard line, and a tackle made. Special teams play that time made by Steve-O Giancantieri.
And not to take anything away from Fort Pierce, I think Vero, for some reason, look like they may have taken this game a little bit lighter, being that they have been so dominant in the series. You know, they've kind of treated Fort Pierce like the little brother. So, but Fort Pierce, definitely, they came to play tonight.
And looking at what we've seen from Centennial and Treasure Coast, it feels like a district championship game here tonight. And it is being treated as such so far by that Cobras sideline. 4:48 to play in the first half. Vero Beach, how will they answer? They've had a lot of success on offense so far tonight. Lone blemish was an interception in the red zone by Ephraim White on his second possession of the game. A 3-and-out in the first possession, but apart from that, it's been all Vero Beach Indians offense. Carry on 1st and 10. It's a 4-yard carry. 2nd and 6 now coming up. Ball at the 39-yard line. The ball started at the 35 and a 4-yard carry that time to Hillsman.
I mean, when you're picking up 4 and 5 yards a carry, you know, you keep running it, but I am very surprised that they are not taking advantage of the leverage that these cornerbacks are giving to these receivers out here. I mean, you look at this, man. He's 8 yards off and backpedaling at the snap of the ball.
Yeah, there really is over 10 yards now at the snap. And Hillsman, another carry off the right side. Bouncing it forward, second level. HSS first down. Sidestep, what a move. Hillsman on his feet. 35, out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Demarion Hillsman showing patience and explosiveness off the right side to push the football deep into Fort Pierce Central territory. Mark the football at the 34-yard line. 1st and 10, Fort Pierce Central. It's 13-7, Central leads. I meant to say the football is at the Fort Pierce Central 34. Vero Beach with the football. They're down by 6. 4 minutes to play in the first half.
I mean, why throw it if you can run it for 20?
1st and 10. Indians with the ball. 2 up backs in a pistol formation. Ephraim White claps his hands. Takes a snap. Hand off. Up the middle. Hillsman gets wrapped up at the line of scrimmage and doesn't gain much. In fact, he gains 0. It's 2nd down and 10 from the 34-yard line. Those early down stops that Fort Pierce Central has gotten has really just kind of
that's when they really get momentum on defense. When Vero gains anything other than 1 or 2 yards on the run game on first down, then they just continues to drive. It's really about early down stops on the run game for the Fort Pierce Central defense.
Yeah, that game on a run blitz then, and they got home. But Vero's going to continue to run the football.
3 hands in the dirt for the Cobras defense. 2 guys standing up off the right edge. Ephraim White takes a snap, play action pass, pumps, heavy protection, fires deep into the end zone, jump ball. It is picked, intercepted. No! Is there a flag? I saw something thrown. It might have been a beanbag. Picked off in the end zone. Cobras force the turnover. I don't see a flag. It's an interception in the end zone, and Fort Pierce Central takes over with 3:02 to play in the first half.
You know, Vero has skilled guys all over the field, but so does Fort Pierce Central. They have their secondary. They have some guys that'll be playing on Saturdays as well. There was just an ill-advised throw by the quarterback. I think he looked out there. He saw one-on-one coverage, and he just said, hey, I'm just going to give my guy a shot. But, you know, that really wasn't the throw to make.
Fort Pierce Central back out on offense. 3:02 to play in the first half. Cobras lead 13-7. LaPlante in the shotgun, takes a snap, heavy pressure at the screen, throws it across the middle, incomplete. Looking for his running back, Kyron Platt. I'm kind of blocked out with my visibility, Coach. Did he have space to run if that catch was made or no?
Yes, he did. That was the perfect play call. They just got immediate pressure in his face, and he just could not get the football out to the running back.
It's funny. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't when you sell that screen so well, because if you've got those 4 linemen up the field, that's exactly where you want them, but then you've got a challenge for your quarterback to get the football around those linemen. Here's 2nd and 10. LaPlante takes a snap after putting a man in motion. It's a wide receiver screen, caught at the 18-yard line. At the 20, he's tackled and brought down, spotting the football at the 22. So a gain of a couple. 3rd and 8 now coming up for Fort Pierce Central. Clock's rolling. It'll be snapped with under 2:30 to play in the first half. 13-7, Fort Pierce Central with the lead and with the football. 3rd and 8 coming up for the Cobras.
Well played by Vero. If I'm Fort Pierce right now, I'm running that football to keep the clock rolling and make Vero burn the timeout if they want to try and get a score before the half.
In the shotgun, LaPlante, play action pass, fires it across the middle, got a man, caught, 35, 40, 50, 45, 40. Bobbled and brought down at the 30-yard line. Nearly a fumble was forced, but for securing the football was Antonio Hill Jr. He's brought down all the way into plus territory at the 30-yard line. That ball was caught at around the 40-45. He crossed all the way across midfield, and in business is the Cobras offense. Hill Jr.'s got his hands on his knees. He might be out of breath after that catch.
I beg to differ. I tell you what, the offensive coordinator for Fort Pierce, he saw something and he exploited it. Almost got a touchdown on that one.
Under 2 to play in the first half. Fort Pierce Central with the football. 2 receivers on either side for Drew LaPlante. The junior quarterback claps his hands, hard count, no one jumps. It's a carry. Platt gets bottled up at the line of scrimmage and gains 1 yard, if anything. Clock continues to roll unless a timeout is called, and that will be the case. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called with 1:43 to play in the first half. 13-7, the home team. Fort Pierce Central Cobras lead, and they have the football with the 2nd and 10 coming up in plus territory at the 30-yard line. Be right back in 30 seconds on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
2nd and 10 from the 30-yard line in plus territory. 1:43 to play in the first half. LaPlante rolling to his right, fires to the Platt, caught at the 30-yard line. He's dropped right there at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the reception to the running back. 3rd down and 10 coming up for Fort Pierce Central. That was another one of those screen plays, as there were maybe 3 or 4 defenders of Vero Beach unblocked in the face of quarterback Drew LaPlante.
That was an excellent play by the linebacker. If he misses that tackle, the scoreboard would be changed already right now.
3rd and 10 coming up for the Cobras offense. They allow the clock to run, and we have right around 60 seconds to go in this first half when the ball is snapped. 3rd and 10, LaPlante claps his hands, hard count, then drops back to pass. Fires across the middle, incomplete. Slant route coming across, looking to connect with Marquand Burgess, who has one of the touchdowns scored tonight. And it is now 4th down and 10. The clock stops on the incomplete pass with 58 seconds to play in the first half. And it looks like the offense at Fort Pierce Central is on the field. We've seen a shaky special teams unit at every turn for the Cobras, and a timeout's going to be called by Fort Pierce Central to talk things over. They're going to go for it on 4th and 10. The last time they had a big 4th down and long, it was the 25-yard touchdown thrown from LaPlante to Burgess to give Fort Pierce Central the lead. So another timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by VitaCost. Ball at the 30-yard line in plus territory, 4th and 10 coming up for the Cobras. What do you expect to see run offensively here from head coach Mike Watkins and the Cobras offense?
I mean, with the time that they have left on the clock right now, you still have your whole playbook at your disposal. So they still can throw something over the middle and kneel the ball or whatever the case may be, save a timeout. So you don't have to necessarily go for anything out in the sideline. So everything is still available to them.
And now defensively for Vero, are you sending pressure here or are you sitting back?
Right now, pressure has been their biggest. They've gotten most of their success off of pressure.
In the shotgun, LaPlante has 2 receivers on both sides. Platt to his right, drops back to pass, pressure in his face, rolling to his right. LaPlante fires across the middle, got a man caught at the 18-yard line. Wrapped up right there, and he's brought down for an HSS first down. The line to gain was the 20. He got to the 18, set up shop, and then got the HSS first down. Timeout going to be called on the field for an injured Vero Beach player. The clock did stop to reset the football on the new set of downs. Spot the football officially at the 17. Into the red zone goes Fort Pierce Central. Another stoppage with 48 seconds to play in the first half. It looked like there was an injured player for Vero Beach, but he went from flat in his back to he's disappeared. He's on the sideline now. So breaking the huddle, back on the field. The clock rolls for Fort Pierce Central on offense. Under 45 to play in the half. In the shotgun, Drew LaPlante. Same formation, 2 receivers on both sides. Platt to his right. Ball on the right hash mark. LaPlante claps his hands. Delayed snap. He drops back to pass. Pressure in his face. Fires to the pylon. Incomplete. No room that time. He was trying to link up with Marquand Burgess once again. That's his number 1 target. Has 5 touchdowns on the season. Will make that 6.
Cat, he wasn't injured. That was just a gut punch, giving up that play on 4th down. You know, they really were trying to get out the field, and for them to give it up on 4th down again, that hurts.
2nd down and 10 from the 17-yard line in plus territory is Fort Pierce Central. 30 seconds on the clock. Up by 6 is Fort Pierce Central. They're trying to extend this to a 2-possession lead going into the halftime break. Pressure from the right side. LaPlante fires across the middle. It's deflected, incomplete. Swatted down right in the face of LaPlante. He's very lucky that ball wasn't intercepted and returned back from 6, because right there was Jordan Crutchfield. And Crutchfield had no one in front of him in the opposite end zone. But Crutchfield just settles for a swat and a pass deflected. 3rd and 10 now coming up from the Vero 17. Fort Pierce Central with the football with 26 seconds remaining in the first half, leading by 6.
Yeah, that was another one of those screen plays that they were trying to set up because they were anticipating Vero bringing some pressure. And I tell you what, it's a good thing that he swatted it down because, again, he did have some room out there, and the linemen were on their block. So
spread formation, hard count. Vero jumps. A free 5 yards is going to be given to the Cobras on a encroachment call. Offsides jumps Vero Beach. It's now 3rd and 5, which is much more manageable for the Fort Pierce Central Cobras. Move that football to the 12-yard line.
That young man is having a rough game. That's his second encroachment, and he also got the personal on the roughing the passer. So he's having a rough game right now. He has to settle down.
Clock stopped. 26 seconds to go in the first half. LaPlante motions over the right slot man. They fake it to him. Fired across the middle. Intercepted in the end zone and returnable across the goal line. The 5 brought out of bounds at the 10-yard line. A flag thrown. I'm not sure if it was thrown on the return or earlier in the play. Interception by Jamarion Hillsman.
Listen, you cannot do that. You can't take a sack there, and you can't turn the football over right there with the opportunity to get some more points on the board before half. You know, we talked about this in pregame. Like if you can get points, you defer. You get points going into the half, and then you get the ball back in the third quarter. That's a coach's dream.
See what the official call is. There will be an eagle block against Vero Beach, but that is after the interception was secured, so it'll back up Vero Beach further, closer to the shadows of their own goalpost. So the football is going to be spotted at the Vero Beach 5-yard line. Indians take over with a big red zone interception thrown by Drew LaPlante. He's had a couple of bright spots, but that was probably the biggest mistake of the game so far, because the other interception he threw was a miraculous catch made by the secondary of Vero Beach. 1st and 10 for Vero. We'll see how aggressive they are with only 15 seconds on the clock. Possibly a draw play here. Fort Pierce Central, how aggressive will they get? 3 down linemen. It's a design quarterback run right side. And to the 10-yard line goes the carry. I don't see any timeout called. Vero Beach might take this one into halftime. And that will be the case. Well, folks, we have got a good one. A battle of the unbeatens. Unranked Fort Pierce Central leads number 1 Vero Beach 13-7 here on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN West Palm. And there is going to be 1 second left. A timeout was called right before the clocks went to triple zeros. Did not see who called the time out and what the angle was there. Vero Beach, of course, it's well documented how much speed they have. Or is it Fort Pierce Central just forcing another play made? They got the football all the way to where a safety isn't too much of an issue offensively for Vero Beach. The ball spotted all the way to the 15-yard line. Actually, the 10-yard line, pardon. So there will be one more offensive snap before halftime here between Vero Beach and Fort Pierce Central. Apologies for the misinformation. 1 second on the clock. Spread formation, we'll see what Vero Beach does here. Maybe they roll the dice and try something explosive. And instead, it's a design quarterback run. Ephraim White gets met in the hole, and he takes a big hit at the end of the half. And I'm really not sure that's what you want if you're a head coach, Lenny Jankowski, going into the halftime break. And that will bring us to halftime. Brought to you by Safe Bound Moving and Storage. Colin Russo will take it from here. But we've got a good one for the HSS Game of the Week. It's 13-7. The home team, Fort Pierce Central, leads by 6 over Vero Beach. You do not want to miss this finish. Colin Russo will take it from here during the halftime show, brought to you by Safe Bound Moving and Storage. We'll keep you updated across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast as far as the games that are happening outside of Lawnwood Stadium. But until then, halftime, 13-7, Fort Pierce Central leads here on ESPN 106.3.
This is the Delray Beach Open, the ultimate tennis party. Don't miss today's top professional tennis stars and legends in downtown Delray Beach. February 13th through the 22nd. It's 10 days of 140 miles per hour aces, parties, and all the good vibes. Come for the non-stop action on and off the court. Snap pics and post memories at the DBO. Join us for a jam-packed week of ATP tennis matches where champions play and fans party. DelrayBeachOpen.com for info. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome into the Keiser Sports Update. I'm Kate Chumsland. The Seahawks football program is still undefeated after a road trip to Kentucky and a 42-12 win over Cumberland. Cardinal Newman alum Dallas D'Souza with 2 receiving touchdowns. The team is on a bye this week. back home October 4th to face Thomas. From football to football, the number 1 ranked Keiser women's soccer team took down number 9 ranked SCAD Savannah on Sunday 3-0. At PGA National, both men's and women's golf teams hosted the Seahawks shootout last week. The women took first place, the men third. But freshman Matas Sezo did take home the individual title, shooting 12 under over 3 rounds, the only golfer to finish in double digits. This week in Seahawks sports, volleyball, soccer, and women's golf are all in action, plus the season openers for men's and women's tennis. For times and tickets on all of Keiser University's athletic events, head to kuseahawks.com.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other, made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztil Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Get a free duct cleaning with any new unit. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members earn an extra visit and $50 each year toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztilac.com. That's 561-232-6366. Keep your cool with Aztil Air.
The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long, right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tipped it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Hi, everybody. It's Colin Russo, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. The halftime update. He had a good one up in Fort Pierce, 13-7 halftime score. Fort Pierce Central up over Vero Beach. Colin Russo, Damian Perez, we're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We got you for the next 10 minutes, couple score updates we got to get you guys looped in on. First, the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update. Safebound Moving and Storage. Families are safe with Safebound. It's South Florida's most trusted moving company. Safebound is a strong supporter of the high school community here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They got you covered. It's family-owned. It's a team trained of experts. It's based in West Palm Beach, but it serves all of Florida. Whether you're moving out of Florida or moving to Florida from another state, Safebound Moving and Storage has all the experience, expertise, and 5-star customer service you can rely on. That's Safebound Moving and Storage. So we have a packed slate from throughout Palm Beach County throughout the day. We'll get through it. But first, I got to tell you what happened in yesterday's game. First things first, West Boca's at number 2. They took down Dwyer 53-0. Dillard took down Suncoast a score of 65-0. John Carroll took down Forest Hill 41-0. We spoke with head coach Mickey Grudy. You'll hear that post game. And St. Andrews took down Somerset Prep Canyons by a score of 55-7. As for what's going on tonight, of course, outside of our HSS game of the week, 13-7 Fort Pierce Central over Vero Beach. Glade Central is up big over Clewiston. It is in the second quarter last we saw. Number 6, Glade Central, 27-0. Jensen Beach is up big early at half over Port St. Lucie, 30-0. Dr. Joaquin Garcia and Boynton Beach are back and forth. 21-13 is the score in the early part of the third quarter. Benjamin is up over Victory Prep. Third quarter, 21-7 is the score there. Boca Raton is taking on Stoneman Douglas. They're winning 12-6 over in the third quarter. Lake Worth and Park Vista at halftime are tied. It is a low-scoring affair. 7-7 is the score. Kings Academy, after a couple lightning delays to really slow down their start, they're in the early part of that second quarter. It is 14-0. Kings Academy is up over Inlet Grove. And Heritage is up over South Fork, 14-0. Fort Pierce Westwood, lastly, up over Centennial, 8-0 is the score in the second quarter. So a couple second quarter scores, a couple third quarter scores. Everybody's bouncing around, and I because of the lightning delays from throughout Palm Beach County at this point in the year. It happens. That's exactly what you'd expect at this point, but that's where we're at. You know what reminds me of great football like we're seeing tonight? College football, which we have a great slate tomorrow. We also have bowl season coming out down here to South Florida in just the next couple of months, the 2025 Boca Raton Bowl. It's kicking off its 12th year. The game is on December 23rd at 2 p.m. at Flagler Credit Union Stadium down in Boca Raton. The game is going to air on ESPN. It's going to have two of the biggest and best teams from the Group of Five that are going to battle it out for their chance at the title. More information can be found at BocaRatonBowl.com. Follow along on Twitter at Boca Bowl and Facebook.com/Boca Bowl for more updates as we inch closer to the 2025 Boca Raton Bowl, Tuesday, December 23rd. FAU Stadium is the place to be for that. So our HSS Game of the Week, make sure you're tuning in to the second half, and you can watch the second half on ESPN Top 63, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. We have the full live stream there, which you can hear Christian Cat and Al Shipman take you up until the ending. All the halftime updates and all the game scores you could also catch on our Twitter, ESPN Top 63. From throughout the night, we got you up until 11 p.m. tonight, where we'll talk to a number of coaches, including the aforementioned Mickey Grudy of John Carroll. Maybe we'll talk to Coach Dylan Potts of West Boca. We'll talk to a number of different coaches, so stay tuned for that. Should be a lot of fun. If you miss any of those interviews, you want to go listen to the previous interviews, we have a full catalog of them on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Excuse me. But with all these coaches that we have on the docket and all the ones that we have spoken to before, we also have our reporters from throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that we will hear from throughout the night that are at these games, giving the highlights, and you can see that on our socials at ESPN West Palm. To go through the scores once more time before we send you off into break, Fort Pierce Central, our HSS Game of the Week, is up over Vero Beach. Vero Beach at number 1, by the way. 13-7, Fort Pierce Central up over Vero. Glade Central's up over Clewiston, 27-0. Jensen Beach, 30-0 over Port St. Lucie. Dr. Joaquin Garcia is up over Boynton Beach in the third quarter, 21-13. Benjamin's up over Victory Prep in the third quarter, 21-7. Boca Raton is up over Storm McDouglas in the third quarter as well. 12-6 is the score there. Boca Raton up. Lake Worth and Park Vista are tied at half at 7. Kings Academy is up over Inlet Grove in the early part of the second quarter. 14-0 is the score there. Fort Pierce Westwood is up over Centennial, 8-0. A couple other scores that we'll keep you updated on as we inch closer to the second halves of these games and we get more updates and more rundowns in terms of what's going on from throughout the Palm Beach County area. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented in part by our pals over at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Listen, if you're in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything less to make a recovery for you. Call right now at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather Help is just a local phone call away. Offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Well, if you missed any of our local programming from throughout the week, you can catch that right here on ESPN 106.3. That includes Theo Dorsey and Christian Cat on Theoretically Speaking, 2 to 4 weekdays, Monday through Friday. Also, Russo and Rizzo with myself and Mike Rizzo. That is from 4 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Catch our weekend programming. You got Saturday tailgate leading into the college football slate with Mike Rizzo and Damian Perez. That is tomorrow at 9 a.m. And you also have a 2-hour edition of Sunday Huddle this Sunday, 10 a.m. to 12 with myself, Colin Russo, and Cade Shumslin, presented by Hard Rock Bet. That will be on Sunday. So you can stay tuned for that. Listen to our Inter Miami English and Spanish broadcasts, and also download the ESPN South Florida app, where you can listen to all these broadcasts, all our coverage, and all the previous shows as well on the app anywhere you want in the country. ESPN South Florida app. It's free to download on the App Store. So make sure you keep an eye out there. What I will do is send you off into break, and on the other side of things, we will get into a little bit of second half action between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach. Fort Pierce Central leading 13-7 as we got an action-packed second half on the docket for you, barring some weather. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to more Christian Cat and Al Shipman on the call. That is on the other side. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, taking a time out here on ESPN 106.3.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
This is the Delray Beach Open, the ultimate tennis party. Don't miss today's top professional tennis stars and legends in downtown Delray Beach. February 13th through the 22nd. It's 10 days of 140 miles per hour aces, parties, and all the good vibes. Come for the non-stop action on and off the court. Snap pics and post memories at the DBO. Join us for a jam-packed week of ATP tennis matches where champions play and fans party. DelrayBeachOpen.com for info. Tickets on sale now.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Let's rewind back to February of 2025 when the Four Nations Face-Off was a tremendous success, not only for the NHL, but also for all the teams that played like Canada, Finland, Sweden, and the United States. Well, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman cleared the path for players to take on the Olympics. For the first time in 12 years, NHL players will take the ice at the 2026 Milan Olympic Games after not participating since 2014. And I think a lot of this has to do with how much of a tremendous success the Four Nations Face-Off was. This is the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztil Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Get a free duct cleaning with any new unit. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members earn an extra visit and $50 each year toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztilac.com. That's 561-232-6366. Keep your cool with Aztil Air.
The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tips it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fraunrath.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Welcome on back to Lawnwood Stadium for the HSS Game of the Week. We've got a good one brewing here live. Brought to you by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather and HSS. 13-7 the score. At home, the unranked Fort Pierce Central Cobras lead by 6. Here at the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime report. Speaking of our wonderful partners that make high school sports coverage across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast possible, one of those is Racetrack. I actually, on the way up here, about an hour and 20 drive due to traffic this time of day from the ESPN West Palm studios in City Place in West Palm, stopped at a Racetrack on the way. Got a couple of roller dogs. At Racetrack, it's more than just a one-stop shop for your football tailgate. They are our local community's biggest fan. They're the Vero Beach biggest fan. They are the biggest fan of the Fort Pierce Central Cobras. They have a whatever gets you going style of convenience. Racetrack is your go-to for all game day essentials, from ice cold drinks, salty snacks, sweet treats, and you cannot sleep on that freshly made in-house pizza. Their pepperoni pizza's got 3 different kinds of pepperoni on it. It's nuts. You got to try it. Racetrack proudly operates under the mission of making people's lives simpler and more enjoyable, serving as that one-stop shop for quality and convenience on the go. I can speak to the convenience because at some Racetrack locations, they have self-checkout. So if you're stopping at the gas station, you oftentimes are against the clock. You got to go, go, go. In, out, 45 seconds. I can always trust Racetrack with a quick stop with some good food and drink. From Friday Night Lights to unforgettable touchdowns that light up the scoreboard, Racetrack is proud to support and fuel the passion and spirit of our young athletes. They give back to our communities. Fuel up with Racetrack all fall long. Together, we're making a difference. Again, back here at Lawnwood Stadium between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach, the Cobras of Fort Pierce Central have a 13-7 lead, and they deferred, so the Cobras will get the football on offense to start the second half. I'm Christian Catt alongside Coach Al Shipman. And Coach, what do you expect the conversation to be had in the Vero Beach locker room going into the halftime break in a rare spot for them within district play, trailing to Fort Pierce?
Well, I know that they did not anticipate this. So if this was my ball team, I'm trying to keep them calm. And listen, hey, let's come back out here. Let's be fundamentally sound. Let's get back to our game plan. Let's not give up the big plays. Let's not turn the football over. And let's just play Vero Beach football.
And then for the Fort Pierce Central side, a couple of big plays, 1 interception in the red zone at the tail end of that first half. Maybe took some points off the scoreboard that could have pushed their 6-point lead into a 2-possession lead. That was one of 2 interceptions thrown by junior quarterback Drew LaPlante, the other of which was a great one-handed catch made in the secondary by Vero Beach as Micah Roberts made an incredible play on the football on a deep ball. But the second of which of that interception was a ball across the middle that should not have been thrown. What have you seen from junior quarterback Drew LaPlante through 24 minutes of play here tonight?
He doesn't get rattled. That's for sure. He doesn't get rattled. After the turnover that he had, he came back and dropped that one in the bucket over there. So I just think if I'm Fort Pierce, if I'm that offensive coordinator, again, I still want to try and find him some easy throws. They have found some stuff over the middle. In Vero's defense, with their safeties playing so far back and they're playing on the hashes, so they're giving up the middle of the field. They got to continue to exploit that. They found something running into the boundary. They also found something in their screen game. They had some stuff there, but just was some great individual play by some of the defensive linemen, which prevented them from having some big plays.
Vero Beach on offense had a lot of success running the football in the first half. They did not have too much success through the air. They rarely deployed the aerial assault, and one of the times they did was an interception thrown in the end zone by Ephraim White. When we return, kickoff of second half action between the Cobras and the Indians. Fort Pierce Central 13, Vero Beach 7. Don't miss this second half. It might shape up for an instant classic HSS Game of the Week. Back in 60 seconds, live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Touchdown pass, a game-winning dunk, or an impressive dash to the finish, we want to highlight the best performance of the week. The winning performance will receive $500 courtesy of Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Catch the biggest moments and winners all season long on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN West Palm Play. Nominate them today by emailing highschool@espnwestpalm.com. Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Welcome to being treated like a pro.
This is the Delray Beach Open, the ultimate tennis party. Don't miss today's top professional tennis stars and legends in downtown Delray Beach. February 13th through the 22nd. It's 10 days of 140 miles per hour aces, parties, and all the good vibes. Come for the nonstop action on and off the court. Snap pics and post memories at the DBO. Join us for a jam-packed week of ATP tennis matches where champions play and fans party. DelrayBeachOpen.com for info. Tickets on sale now. now.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3. I'm Christian Cat on the call for the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. It's been a fun one at Lawnwood Stadium up here in Fort Pierce. Fort Pierce Central at home, leading 13-7 over Vero Beach. Buckle up, folks. We're getting ready for third quarter action, getting ready for second half action. Two teams enter tonight. One of them will suffer their first loss of the season. Of course, head coach Mike Watkins' Cobras entered the game 4-0. Coach Lenny Jankowski's Indians entered the game 4-0. One of these teams will get their first blemish of the season, and the unranked Cobras have a 6-point lead entering the third quarter. And I mentioned before, Fort Pierce Central did defer to the second half. So Fort Pierce Central will get the football to begin third quarter action. Watch this game, every touchdown, every snap, every tackle, every explosive play, live on YouTube. Subscribe to that channel. We have every HSS Game of the Week streaming live. You can watch the game on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. We are in for a treat of a finish. This one is kicked away, kicked deep, and not returnable for Fort Pierce Central. The Cobras will start the second half with the football on their own 20-yard line, having a 13-7 lead here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Coach, how many changes can you actually implement in a halftime break? Because you spend all week game planning. It's hard to reverse things or install many new things in just 20 minutes of a conversation.
No, you're not doing a whole lot of stuff. You're not changing your offense or your defense, but what you can do is change some alignments, things of that nature. You can change some coverages. You can change some play calls.
Starting in that Wildcat formation is Fort Pierce Central. In the shotgun, you've got Sebastian Polynice, it looks like. He keeps it, runs it up the middle, across the 25-yard line, across to the 31 now. Pardon, it was Jacoby Blackwood on the carry up the middle. Moves the chains for an HSS first down. Spot the football at the 31. A solid 11-yard gain on 1st and 10 of that Wildcat formation. Again, that carry was Jacoby Blackwood, the senior athlete. Might see him all over the field. Back into the game comes Drew LaPlante. LaPlante with Platt to his right, that tailback. Trips receivers close to the line on the left side. LaPlante takes a snap, carry up the middle for Platt. Platt gets stuffed the line of scrimmage, and he doesn't get anything that time. It's 2nd and 10 for Fort Pierce Central. The Cobras have the football on their own 31-yard line, leading 13-7 with 11:10 to play in this third quarter.
Uh-oh.
And that's a reaction to an injured Fort Pierce Central Cobra. Could be a cramping problem, and whenever you see a teammate of a player walk in and grab the cleat, that's oftentimes the telltale sign that it's the best case scenario.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to cramp, but if you are down for the count after the whistle, the best case scenario for it is to be a cramp. And jogging off to the sideline for one play will be Platt, because it was him who was cramping up after the carry, and it will be 2nd down and 10 for Fort Pierce Central. Looks like they do have quarterback LaPlante in the game. Yes, he is at the 25-yard line, setting up in shotgun. You kind of got to double check every time now, because you see the Cobras have run a little bit of Wildcat here and there on back-to-back plays, but LaPlante in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers to the right. The new running back in the game is Chevy Watts. And it's a play-action pass, fired at right side, caught at the 41-yard line. Burgess on the catch, Burgess on the conversion. Got right to the sticks, caught the football, and walked out of bounds for a gain of 10 yards. An HSS first down, 1st and 10 for Fort Pierce Central.
I'm surprised Vero is playing this much zone coverage. They must really respect these receivers of Fort Pierce and or the quarterback here. I'm expecting for them to get up there and challenge these receivers and make him to have to make some more difficult throws.
LaPlante in the shotgun. Two receivers split way out wide to the left. The ball's on the right hash mark, and two receivers on the short side of the field. They throw to the far side, caught at the 39-yard line in the screen, and wrapped up in the backfield, going backwards. Nice pursuit of the ball carrier for a loss on 1st and 10. That was a strange throw to make because it takes so long for the football to go from the quarterback's hand to the receiver. And while that football's in the air, you've got defenders fighting through blocks and making their way to the ball carrier.
Yeah, especially throwing that all the way out to the wide side of the field. It's a very difficult throw, and you allow the defense to come up, to react and come up. And that was an excellent open field tackle by the defender.
2nd and 11, ball at the 40-yard line. Fort Pierce Central with the football, leading 13-7. Pressure from the left side, rolling to his right. Throw incomplete. LaPlante hits the deck, and he jumps up, is energized. I'm not sure if it was a miscommunication with his own teammates or if he thought there should have been a call on the hit. Either way, it'll be an incomplete pass, and it's 3rd down and 11. Line to gain is just past midfield to the 49. The ball is at the 40-yard line. Again, Fort Pierce Central behind the sticks, 3rd and 11 with 9:34 to play in the 3rd quarter. They lead by 6. Cobras ball.
That was another one of those screen plays that just didn't time up correctly.
Ball on the left hash now. Two receivers separated, split out wide to the right, and two receivers on the short side of the field to the left. They bring the slot man from the left side in motion, play action pass, and a sack. Two different Vero Beach Indians meet in the backfield and bring down LaPlante. It looks like Champ Smith made the tackle. Smith is in our ESPN top 63 list for a reason. In fact, he's all the way up to number 2, and Smith gets home. It's a sack to force the punt team to jog onto the field for Fort Pierce Central. Garcia to boot this one away. 2 men deep to return for Vero Beach, one of which is Latravius Woods, sophomore, and to his left you find Marcus Melbourne. Important here for Fort Pierce Central. Remember, when it comes to special teams, Vero Beach does have the edge in the kick and punt game. 8:44 to play in this 3rd quarter, and a timeout is going to be called before this 4th down and long punt. Unhappy with his sideline is head coach Mike Watkins of the Fort Pierce Central, causing him to call that timeout. I mentioned special teams. It's a 3rd phase of the game, and the advantage just go to Vero Beach, and it kind of trickles down to everything. Whether it is maybe you have a kicker who has a short leg, or maybe the disorganization, but it might be all aspects of that for Fort Pierce Central as they have to waste a second half timeout on a punt. So 8:42 to play in the 3rd quarter. 13-7 the score. Fort Pierce Central with the lead and giving the football back to Vero Beach.
Yeah, they only had 10 on the field. That kills you as a head coach.
Causing
Some guys
him to
not
use
paying attention.
That sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. Garcia going to punt it from his own 21-yard line, 2 men deep to return. We've seen in the kickoff game, they just avoid the return man. We'll see what Fort Pierce Central does here. Good snap, fine catch, and a great punt to the 32-yard line, returnable to the 35. Broken tackle, still on his feet across the 45, met at midfield, and across to plus territory goes Vero Beach. And the reason why I said it was a great punt, it was returnable, but there was pressure in the face of Daniel Garcia where he had to really focus up and still boom that one across the middle of the field. But Vero Beach finds himself in a similar spot. Good field position. When the ball has been kicked to Vero Beach, they've been able to start at the 40-yard line or better. When they haven't been at the 40 line or better, it's been via the interception. So Vero Beach has the football in plus territory at the 46-yard line, trailing by 6 with 8.5 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. Shotgun formation, trips receivers to the right, lone receiver split out wide to the left for the Vero Beach offense. Ball near the left hash mark. White, quarterback run, power, left side. Broken tackle, 35, still on his feet at the 30, brought down inside the 30-yard line. Ephraim White is so shifty. Has such a field awareness where he can feel pressure and feel tacklers coming from the right and left side, where he almost makes a tackler think that he doesn't see them, and then quick jab step left or right to make the men miss. It's a 1st and 10 for Vero Beach after that HSS 1st down. Ball at the 29-yard line. Ball will be snapped with under 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. Again, Vero Beach trails by 6. In the shotgun, Ephraim White's got 2 picks on the game. In the shotgun, he's got trips right, lone receiver left, ball on the left hash. Another quarterback power, left side, more space across the 25, across the 20, wrapped down inside the 15. It's that quarterback run game of Vero Beach that has been pretty unstoppable. 1st and 10 after the HSS first down for Vero Beach. Ball at the 14-yard line, and an injured Fort Pierce Central Cobra will cause a sports-certified powered by Vitacost timeout. 7:38 to play in this third quarter. We will step aside for 30 seconds here live on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live. Watch the game on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other, made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Clock reads 7:38 to play in the third quarter. Vero Beach is on the move offensively. They've got the football in the red zone at the 14-yard line. Ephraim White in the shotgun. 2 receivers. Make it 3 receivers to the right, lone receiver to the left. White takes the snap. It's a quarterback run after the fake handoff. Bouncing it offside, still on his feet, across the 12. On his feet at the 11, dragging tacklers with him east to west, not north to south. And eventually the whistles blow, I believe, before he was able to cross the 10-yard line. But that's on the far corner of the field that we don't have a great angle on. I'll await to see the football spotted, and they will spot him at the 11-yard line. A gain of 3 on 1st and 10, 2nd and 7 coming up. 13-7 reads the score. Fort Pierce Central has the 6-point lead at home. Vero Beach has the football, trying to change that right here and right now.
It was great pursuit to the football by Fort Pierce, but one thing you hate to see as an offensive line coach, your guy standing around while the whole team is on your guy.
2nd and 7 is Ephraim White in the shotgun's got 3 receivers to the left. Claps his hands. It's another quarterback power right side. Gets brought down in the backfield. Stretches that football forward. He got back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down and 7. They really have run that quarterback power at nauseum, and nauseum if you're a Fort Pierce Central fan, because the defense has yet to really answer that consistently, where you can imagine a play-action pass or a counter might be coming very soon for an explosive big play or a touchdown. But as it stands right now, ball at the 11-yard line.
Well, what
3rd
they did,
and 7.
They actually slanted to the boundary that time. That's how they were able to stop that play. Look out, it's coming again.
5:50 to play in the third quarter. Ephraim White in the shotgun. 3rd and 7, takes a snap. Yes, quarterback power off the right side. Shoots the gap across the 5-yard line, it looks like. Did he get enough to move the chains? It looks like he may have. Waiting for the official spot. And they're going to spot him at the 5-yard line. So that looks like it'll be 1 yard short of the line to gain. Yes, it is going to be 1 yard short. 4th and 1, massive moment in the game right here. Vero Beach has run at will, and they're going to need at least 1 yard here. If you're Fort Pierce Central, do you sell out and pack the box and sell out for the run, Coach?
Yes, you have to. Man coverage, bring as much pressure as you possibly can, and you kind of know where they're going. They're going to run to the boundary again.
We'll see if Vero Beach has a hard count here. 4th and 1 from the 5. Need 1 yard here as Ephraim White in the shotgun. Claps his hands, takes a snap, runs right side. Gets brought down. He stretches the 4. Broken tackle. Stretches to the goal line. Is he in? Yes, he is. What a play by Ephraim White. He was dead to rights behind the line of scrimmage. Looked like a turnover on downs. White said no. Stayed on his feet. Kept the legs moving and stretched forward to the goal line for a racetrack touchdown. What a play from the Vero Beach quarterback.
Great individual effort. Had he followed his block, he definitely would have gotten the first down, but he bounced that thing out there and broke a tackle and ended up scoring.
It looked hairy there for a brief second for Vero Beach fans because the whole world knew where that ball was going in terms of who was touching the football and honestly what direction he was going with the football. And Fort Pierce Central defended it pretty well for a little bit but could not bring him down. The point after is up, and it is good. So Vero Beach takes the 14-13 lead. Hydration timeout called after that racetrack touchdown with 4:39 to play in this third quarter. It's Vero 14, Fort Pierce Central 13. Live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube. Stream it live on ESPN Top 63.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Marler will boot this one away from the 40-yard line back to Fort Pierce Central, and this one will not be returnable. It'll go out the back of the end zone for a touchback. 14-13. Vero Beach has a 1-point lead with 4:39 to play in the third quarter. What a game for your HSS Game of the Week here in the Treasure Coast. I'm Christian Cat on the call alongside Coach Al Shipman. And Vero Beach has the lead for the first time since they led in the first half, where it was 7-6, if I recall correctly.
Well, as hard as Fort Pierce has played thus far, you hope that missed extra point doesn't come back to bite them in the butt.
LaPlante, quarterback for Fort Pierce Central in the shotgun. Platt out of the game. Instead, in the game at running back is Chevy Watts. 3 receivers to the right. Watts a play action, throw it across the middle. It's caught at the 35-yard line, brought down past the 40-yard line. Good hands on the throw across the middle. The catch made by Trey Flowers. Flowers, the junior receiver, had to go up and use every inch of his fingertips to make the catch and get the HSS first down. 20-yard gain, 1st and 10 Cobras.
Vero is really playing a bend but don't break type defense right now. They're giving that up. That is there. Look how deep those safeties are playing off. So that we talked about that, about the middle of the field being open.
Running back put in motion, LaPlante looking to throw. Fires it right side, incomplete. Well covered that time for Vero, where the only place to put the football was very far towards the sideline and short, and it was thrown incomplete, trying to link up with Antonio Hill Jr. 2nd down and 10. Line to gain is midfield for the Fort Pierce Central offense. A.J. Hill made a couple plays so far this evening. Has been one of those top targets, as well as Dwayne Simon and Marquand Burgess. Those pair of seniors. LaPlante claps his hands, takes the snap. It's a quarterback run up the middle, and he only gains a half yard. Kind of bumping with bodies. It was hard to tell, actually, who had the football on that read option, whether or not he was going to give it to his tailback, Chevy Watts, or keep it himself. In that transaction, how long it took prevented quarterback LaPlante to get too much momentum going up the middle, and eventually Vero Beach put their foot down. Gain of a half yard, 3rd and 9.5. Line to gain midfield. LaPlante. And there's movement on the offensive line of Fort Pierce Central, kind of swaying backwards, then having to catch his footing that time. Looks like Julius Walker moved a little bit too early. Back him up 5 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 15 for Fort Pierce Central. 3:32 to play in the third quarter. Cobras are trying to not allow this to get away from them. Halftime read 13-7 for Pierce Central on top of Vero Beach, but Vero has taken the lead with that touchdown drive as Drew LaPlante takes a snap, play action pass, fires across the middle of the field, got A.J. Hill for the HSS first down across midfield to the 46.
That is there all game long because of the coverage that Vero is playing. Anything in between the hash marks right now is wide open for Fort Pierce.
Mark the football at the 44-yard line. HSS first down, and the Cobras keep the offensive drive alive. 3:06 to play in the third quarter. In the shotgun, LaPlante has two receivers split out to either side. Claps his hands, takes the snap, design quarterback run, draw up the middle. Gain of at least 4, and they get him all the way to the 40-yard line.
I am really not sure why Vero is playing them like that. If you look at those safeties, they're about 15 to 18 yards deep, and they're playing outside of the hashes. So that's what I'm saying. It's like they're daring them to throw the ball inside of the hash marks there, and it's wide open.
Gain of 4 yards, spot the football at the 40. Second down and 6. Line to gain is the 34-yard line. Drew LaPlante, the junior quarterback for Fort Pierce Central, takes a snap, looking left, firing it left side, out route. It is incomplete. Nearly was an interception for Vero Beach, but unable to haul the ball on in was, looks like it actually was Jordan Crutchfield on the pass deflection, but that ball was kind of in the breadbasket, and he's kind of pounding the ground saying, I should have had that football. Instead, it's 3rd and 6.
I'm not sure if the wide receiver did not see the football or he didn't think it was for him because he didn't even try and make an attempt to make a play on the football. Luckily that wasn't intercepted.
3rd and 6 for the Cobras in the shotgun. LaPlante has two receivers on either side. Claps his hands, takes the snap, drops back, heavy pressure, wide receiver tunnel screen. Across the 40, brought down at the 36-yard line. Here comes 4th and 2 for Fort Pierce Central, and there's probably no question. It's go-for-it territory for the Fort Pierce Central Cobras. However, I'm seeing a couple of new bodies come onto the field, and that spot is actually at the 37. Maybe it's that wildcat formation. LaPlante jumps off the field. And no, you know what? I think they're going to punt this one away. Joey Groen on the field. Haven't seen him too often tonight. It is 4th down and a long 2. Now Kyron Platt jogs on. This might be a fake territory here, Coach. Looking at where the football is in plus territory at the 36-yard line. And it looks like they are in more of an offensive formation, not a punt formation. A flag comes out. And a timeout will be called, or no, a delay of game, excuse me. I thought they were giving a timeout. No, instead, it is going to be a delay of game called against Fort Pierce Central as they were trying to sort the bodies in. Another special teams-ish mistake. I don't know if they were going to punt the football away there now. But now it'll be 4th and 7. And it's clearly a punt situation here for Fort Pierce Central. 1:10 to play in the third quarter, a 1-point lead for Vero Beach as they're getting the football back. And now, I say clearly, and now quarterback Drew LaPlante's back onto the field. Going for it are the Cobras on offense. LaPlante in the shotgun's got trips right, lone receiver left, needs 7 yards, play action pass. LaPlante fires it, right side. It is deflected, incomplete. Better for Vero Beach that ball wasn't caught by one of their defenders as they gained about 15 yards of field position by the ball falling incomplete instead of intercepted. Turnover on downs. The Indians get the football back, and they get a stop on 4th down.
Yeah, we said as he was throwing the football, I'm not sure if it was there anyway. Vero had that one pretty well. They sniffed that one out.
You know, that looked disorganized, Coach. From 4th and 2 to 4th and 7, they probably had a trick play set up that never got off the ground, and then they already made up their decision on going forward, even though 4th and 7, a much different situation. Just probably the last 60 seconds Fort Pierce Central wish they had back. Here's 1st and 10 for Vero Beach, leading by 1. It's a handoff, right side, Hillsdale fighting forward, gains 4 to the 45-yard line. 2nd and 6 now.
Well, they were kind of in no man's land. You would need to take the 5 yards back to try and get a successful punt off to try and pin them. And it's too long for a field goal. So, I understand why they went for it. Got 2 men down here now.
It is going to be a timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. You said 2, I'll raise you 3. Got to stay hydrated throughout the week. Sure, Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost, can help you with that. Back in 30 seconds, 55 seconds to play in the third quarter. It's 14-13. The visiting Vero Beach Indians lead over Fort Pierce Central, here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Yeah, we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Stay tuned at the end of this third quarter. We will not send it to a break. We instead will send it back to the ESPN West Palm City Place Studios, where Colin Russo will take it over and give us an update on scores all across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. I can give you one score that is not taking place in either of those places. It's taking place in Charlottesville, Virginia, where Florida State's on the road for some Friday night college football, and the 8th-ranked Seminoles are in a dogfight with Virginia, 21-21. They just started the third quarter in that one. Again, Florida State 21, Virginia 21. Seminoles have the football entering the second half. A couple of injured players for both sides, and Fort Pierce Central loses one of their guys to the sideline. It'll be Vero Beach football, 2nd and 6 coming up for the Indians. Line to gain is past midfield to the 49. They have the football on their own 45. 14-13 the score. Vero Beach leads by 1. And as I mentioned, they are on offense with the ball with 51 seconds to play in the third quarter. Ephraim White has 3 receivers to the left, lone receiver to the right. The ball's on the right hash mark. He tucks it and runs it himself up the middle. So shifty. White fights forward, gains 4 yards on 2nd and 6, setting up 3rd down and 2. Spot the football at the 49-yard line. And Vero Beach doesn't have to run another snap in this third quarter if they don't want to. We'll see. Oftentimes you might see a hard count here from an experienced quarterback. Try to get a free conversion. Again, ball right around the 49-yard line, short of midfield. Line to gain is just a little bit past the opposite 49. Clock ticking down, under 5 seconds to play in the first quarter. Ephraim White, hard count. They do run a play. White with a run up the middle. Gets a first down, marked by HSS. Across the 45 to the 40-yard line. Move the chains for Vero Beach. Football moved to the 39-yard line for the HSS first down. And at the end of 3 here at Lawnwood Stadium, Vero Beach, the #1 ranked team in the ESPN Top 10 rankings, is on top, 14-13 over Fort Pierce Central. Let's send it back to the booth where Colin Russo has updates from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast.
Yeah, thanks, Christian. We already have a final in the Jensen Beach Port St. Lucie game. That is 37-0 final score. Jupiter and Palm Beach Central are in a dogfight as well, 7-6. Late second quarter there. Glade Central's up over Clewiston, 27-0. Benjamin up over Victory Prep, 29-14. Lake Worth and Park Vista are still tied at 7 last we saw. Kings Academy up big over Inlet Grove, 21-0. And Palm Beach Lakes up over Wellington, 18-12. Christian, that's our scoreboard update. Back to you.
Thank you, Colin, and stick around, those that are watching on YouTube, listening on the ESPN South Florida app or on the FM radio dial, because when this game goes final, that is not even close to when our coverage of high school football in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast ends, because Colin will take you all the way up until 11 o'clock with recap, reaction, coaches, interviews,
of games that happened yesterday and today. And then the party continues after 11 o'clock, exclusively on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. And that is where Brian Rowitz, Theo Dorsey, and Kate Chumsland will recap all the video highlights across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast High School football. But here at Longwood Stadium, it's Vero Beach football. 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line in plus territory. Vero on top by 1. Slant route thrown across the middle, more of a dump. Caught at the 35. Broken tackle, 30, 25, 20, 15, on his feet, 10, 5. End zone, stretching forward. Is he in? You betcha! Touchdown, Vero Beach. A lightning strike out of the end of the quarter break. Touchdown, Vero Beach, brought to you by Racetrack.
I'm not sure what the defender was doing there. Maybe he was trying to get the football out because he had an opportunity to make that tackle there, and he just kind of bumped him, and he gave up 6 right there. All he had to do was just wrap him up and at least give him another set of downs instead of giving up the touchdown.
Marcus Melbourne on the catch and the touchdown, brought to you by Racetrack. It's a 7-point lead for Vero Beach. Rather than going for 2 to try to make it an instant 2-possession game, they opt for the point after. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up, and it is good. 8-point lead for Vero Beach with 11:49 to play in the fourth quarter. 1 play in the fourth quarter is all it took for the Indians to stretch their 1-point lead into an 8-point lead. Again, Marcus Melbourne on the catch, thrown by Ephraim White.
It feels like Vero is taking control of the football game, and I think that's why they didn't go for 2. I don't think that they feel like Fort Pierce can hurt them anymore. I think they feel like they've taken the best that Fort Pierce can offer, and they're pretty much have shut down what they had working. So we'll see moving forward here in the fourth quarter.
21-13 reads the scoreboard. The visiting Vero Beach Indians lead the home team at Longwood Stadium, Fort Pierce Central. Again, 21-13, Vero on top and kicking this ball away from their own 40-yard line. A fun one here at the HSS game of the week between the 1-ranked Vero Beach Indians and the unranked Fort Pierce Central Cobras. We have yet to see a kick return from Fort Pierce Central. There's been a lot of balls kicked out of the back of the end zone. That strong leg of Moore. This one's kicked deep once again. It's got more hang time. This one is returnable. How about the jinx from the 6-yard line across the 10? Hot pursuit at the 15. Broken tackle, 20, 25. Good block, 40, 45. Broken tackle out of bounds around midfield. Nice return by Trey Flowers. Returned it from his own 6 and got the football to the 50-yard line.
That was a huge return for them, man, and they actually needed something to give them a little spark, especially coming off of the last couple of possessions that they have. At the end of the half, they had an opportunity to get points. Then you come out in the third quarter, you don't get anything. So that was a huge play right there to try and give them a spark.
The first break in special teams for Fort Pierce Central. Think about it. They've been backed up at their own 20 for all of their drives because of the touchbacks. And on the flip side, they've been doing squib kicks or kick out of bounds, and it's been great field position for Vero Beach on offense. Wing T formation in the shotgun. Play action pass. Wide receiver screen left side incomplete. Right side incomplete, excuse me. Long throw for LaPlante to make, and it bounces to A.J. Hill. 2nd and 10.
Yeah, that's tough. Even with him having a strong arm, that is a very difficult throw to make.
Now, when that happens, is it the receiver who's setting up too far outside that way, or is that kind of a wrong play call, wrong moment?
No, I don't want to say either way because you don't want to give it away with your alignment, so you want to keep your same alignment.
Here's 2nd and 10 for Fort Pierce Central. Hard count. It is a play action pass. LaPlante fires it across the middle. Got a man. Incomplete. Just a little bit too long for his intended target, A.J. Hill. Hill had his man beat, but LaPlante just overthrew him by 1 yard. It nearly was a 50-yard touchdown throw, but keyword nearly. Incomplete pass, 3rd and 10, and there is a downed Fort Pierce Central Cobra at the end of the play. It'll be an injury timeout, a sports certified, powered by Vitacost injury timeout. 11:29 to play in the game. 21-13, Vero Beach with the 8-point lead. Fort Pierce Central with the football at the 50 with a 3rd and 10 when we come back on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Welcome on back to the press box of Lawnwood Stadium. I'm Christian Catt on the call alongside Coach Al Shipman for a really fun one here in the Treasure Coast. An exceptionally fun one between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach. It's a district game, maybe a de facto district championship game in 7A District 11. Vero is 1-0 in district. Fort Pierce Central, this is their first district game of the season. You don't want to count your chickens before they hatch, as we're still waiting for the injured player of Fort Pierce Central to walk off the field as they work on a lower body injury for him. We're only 31 seconds into this fourth quarter, and as it stands, it's Vero Beach 21, Fort Pierce Central 13. Fort Pierce Central has the football at midfield. Line to gain is the 40. Been a couple of incomplete passes this drive for Fort Pierce Central after they were set up at midfield on a great return by Trey Flowers, the junior return man and receiver. Obviously, we'll see a bunch of stuff in him in the pass game as well as special teams. And, Coach, what is kind of the game plan for victory here for Fort Pierce Central as Vero Beach all of a sudden had things clicking on offense and defense in the second half?
I mean, they're still calling some very good plays. That was a two-move route that he just ran, but he's cramping. I don't know if you noticed that he was starting to break stride as that ball was in the air, and I'm looking at how he's walking right now. That is a calf cramp all the way there, buddy, and those things hurt.
Yeah. So it is a cramp as it's a long walk from the far hash mark to the sideline, and
yeah,
both teams are ready to snap this football when you've got medical personnel walking the player off the sideline. So it'll still be about 15 seconds before we do have this 3rd and 10 snap. But here's how these teams are setting up. Fort Pierce Central has the football at the 50-yard line on the near hash mark, trips receivers to the right, and a receiver to the left close to the line, and another timeout is going to be called before this 3rd and 10, and a timeout is going to be called by the Vero Beach defense this time. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost, again, timeout called. And a good time to remind you that Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Florida Injury Lawyers are proud to be presenting sponsor of High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. If you or someone you love or someone you know has been in a car accident, you should call right now for that free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You do not pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. So the phone number is easy, 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is a simple, local phone call away. Offices are in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and down the road from here at Port St. Lucie. Both teams retake the field, 3rd and 10 for Fort Pierce Central. They have the football at the 50, line to gain the 40. In the shotgun, LaPlante on 3rd and 10, takes the snap, heavy pressure, steps up in the pocket, rolling to his right, got space, across the line of scrimmage, 45, 40, HSS first down, brought down to the 35-yard line. A quarterback scramble of 15 yards for the HSS first down. 8-point lead for Vero Beach. They're on defense. Fort Pierce Central on offense with a little bit of wind behind their sails.
I guarantee that last time out from Vero was just to tell them, hey, listen, it's 3rd and long. Let's keep everything in front of us. We have the lead right now. Let's not give up a big play. Let's make them earn it. Now, that wasn't the play that they were expecting with him getting outside of the pocket like that.
Official gain of 16. The ball at the 34-yard line. LaPlante takes a snap, looking left. He runs again up the middle this time. Looked maybe to be a design quarterback draw. This time there's a loss of 1 yard. It'll be 2nd down and 11 from the 35-yard line.
Well, it was there. They had numbers in the box, but that defensive tackle, he reached that big paw out there and grabbed and pulled him down with one hand. So it's a good thing that he did because he would still be running right now.
More than likely was Champ Smith, the number 2 player on the ESPN Top 63 list, ranking the top seniors graduating from Palm Beach County or the Treasure Coast. 2nd and 11 from the 35-yard line. LaPlante takes the snap, drops back, heavy pressure, fires it to the long side, near side, caught at the 35, and going out of bounds with momentum taking him. I believe he lost a yard there to the 36-yard line, and that is going to be the case. Going the wrong direction is the offense of Fort Pierce Central. It's a catch and a loss of 1, and Drew LaPlante will come out of the game coming up limping. He ran with a hitch in his giddy-up. That's the good news. The bad news is it's 3rd and 12, and they don't have their starting quarterback in the game right now. Instead, we'll see sort of that Wildcat-ish look. Jacoby Blackwood in the shotgun. Joined closely to his right is Kyron Pratt. 3rd and 12. Line to gain is the 24-yard line. In the shotgun, Blackwood takes a snap. Play action pass. Steps in the pocket. And he is sacked. Brought down in the backfield. Big play made by Malachi Reed. The senior gets home.
That's a big play there.
4th and long. Brought down at the 39-yard line. Down by 8 is Fort Pierce Central, and they will be going for it on 4th down and 15.
This could be the football game here.
Blackwood in the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Need it. He drops back to pass in the shotgun. Fires it near sideline. Deflected and incomplete. Turnover on downs. Vero Beach takes over at the 39-yard line on their half of the field. 9:33 to play in the 4th quarter. 21-13. Vero leads by 8, and they get the football back.
But guess what play was open? The guy was running right down the seam again. It was wide open. I'm not sure why he didn't take advantage of it, although he is the backup quarterback, so maybe he just didn't see it. I think he predetermined where he was going to throw that football. As I mentioned earlier, that could be the football game right there, because if Vero comes down and they punch another 7 in, it's going to be very difficult for Fort Pierce Central to get back in this football game.
Yeah, and you said it, Coach. It's rare you might see at this level of the game to see a quarterback who thoroughly goes through every progression, so you add on it a backup quarterback you're probably looking at your first read and deciding where you're going to throw the football before the ball is snapped. Here's 1st and 10 for Vero Beach at their own 39-yard line. Spread formation. Ephraim White takes a snap. He's going to run a quarterback power left side, bouncing it outside across the 38-yard line. Gets met at the line of scrimmage and gets stopped for a 1-yard gain. 2nd and 9 to the 40. A big hit eaten that time by Ephraim White, and he pops up back to his feet with some help from his teammates.
You know, sometimes coaches can outsmart themselves. Now, he may have done that just so he can get the ball on the other hash and then run that same play back over in there to the boundary, to their sideline, so that Fort Pierce can't see exactly how they're lining up and you know, get over on them like that.
2nd and 9 from the 40. Vero Beach with the football on their own half of the field, leading by 8. Looking for a clock-running drive to shorten this game. Still a one-possession game. Trips right, lone receiver left, who is really unguarded on 2nd and 9. It's a run. Hillsdale, right side, stiff arm. Gains 4 yards on 2nd and 9, setting up 3rd down and 5. And Coach, you've been talking about it. Fort Pierce Central is giving like 15 to 20 yards of respect to the receivers of Vero Beach, and they really aren't throwing the football that much.
No, they've been fortunate to be able that defensive line and their linebackers, which is that front seven, has been doing a pretty good job up to this point as far as stopping them and not giving up too many big plays. But sometimes as an offensive coordinator, man, they outsmart themselves. You had something going with the running into the boundary, and all of a sudden you start trying to go to the field, and they shut it down.
3rd and 5. Line to gain is the 49-yard line. Ball spotted at the 44. Ephraim White in the shotgun. Spread formation. Hillsdale to his right. Ephraim White claps his hands, takes the snap. Design quarterback power run. They stuff it out. And Fort Pierce Central brings him down hard in the backfield for a tackle for a loss. Big slam to the ground. Ephraim White just took, and thankfully he pops back up to his feet. All clean, but painful nonetheless. It's a loss of a couple. Setting up 4th down and long, and punting it away will be Vero Beach. Fort Pierce Central down by 8 will get the football back. Back deep to return this punt is Simon and Burgess.
It's a good job by Fort Pierce. They brought pressure on that again. They brought more than Vero could block. They diagnosed the play, and they did a very good job of stopping them. That was huge for them to be able to get the football back with this amount of time left on the clock.
Punter on the field, it's caught, and he boots it away to the near sideline, not returnable. It'll bounce and take a good Fort Pierce Central roll to the 37-yard line. It initially landed at like the 33 and then checked backwards, and will give Fort Pierce Central the football at their own 37. So the Cobras have a life after their defense gets their offense back on the field with a stop. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost hydration timeout called by the officials with 6:46 to play in the 4th quarter. It's Vero Beach 21, Fort Pierce Central 13. Buckle up, folks. We are coming in for a landing. You don't want to miss this on ESPN 106.3 and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztel Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Save up to 30% on a new unit today. Join our Elite Cool membership for 2 preventative maintenance visits a year. Plus, loyal members get an extra visit and $50 yearly toward repairs. We proudly support military and veterans with an extra 15% off. Call 561-232-6366 or visit aztelac.com. That's 561-232-6366. aztelac.com. Keep your cool with Aztel Air.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
1st and 10, Cobras. Swing pass caught at the 30-yard line, 5 yards deep. It's Platt on his feet, trucking defenders, stretching forward for an HSS first down. A gain of 13 yards to the 49-yard line, and Kyron Platt is delivering hits of his own as a ball carrier out of the backfield for the Cobras. A reception from the running back gains 14.
And I was going to say, first down, Vero's been given that same look. So I was going to say if they wanted to throw the football, first down would be a great down to throw it.
1st and 10, Cobras at the 49 short of midfield. DePlatt takes the snap, fakes the handoff, steps up, fires it across the middle. It's caught at the 39-yard line and brought down immediately. Good gain that time by Trey Flowers. He will move the chains for an HSS first down. Needed 10, got 11. 1st and 10, Cobras. 6:13 to play in this 4th quarter. And now Fort Pierce Central at back-to-back plays beyond the sticks.
I like the play calling here. You're going to force Vero to come up and play some tighter coverage, so maybe you can get behind him now.
And now head coach Lenny Jankowski does call a timeout for the Vero Beach Indians. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called. Fort Pierce Central trailing by 8. Has the football in plus territory at the 39-yard line. A lot of work to be done. They need a touchdown. They need a 2-point conversion to tie this game up. Halfway through the 4th quarter. We'll be back in 30 seconds. 21-13. Vero leads Fort Pierce Central with the football. Don't go anywhere.
Flagship Campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Keiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Keiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Keiser University.
1st and 10, Fort Pierce Central. In the shotgun, DePlatte's got 2 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left is Flowers. Handoff up the middle. The shifty back gains 2 yards, and not more than that. It's 2nd and 8. The carry that time was made by Dwayne Simon. First carry we've seen from Simon so far today. Considerably smaller than a bunch of the other backs we've seen get carries from Fort Pierce Central. Under 6 to play in the 4th quarter, 2nd and 8. Play action pass. DePlante fires it to the end zone area, and it's incomplete. It was really a center field. It was either going to be incomplete or intercepted, and Vero Beach was not able to get to the football. 3rd down and 8 coming up, and head coach Mike Watkins is not happy with what he just saw. We don't know whose fault it was, but he didn't like something that one of his players did on that play. As DePlante kind of put that one into harm's way for a brief moment there and might be lucky to have a 3rd down to live for.
Yeah, was that a legal man downfield?
And that might be the case as we see a penalty flag on the field and the official looking to walk this one backwards and replay that 2nd down. And that will be the case as they move the football from the 38 or 37 to the 42.
That was the same play that he had the first interception on as well. He thought he had one-on-one coverage out there, and the safety did an excellent job of getting over there, but they're playing outside of the hashes, so that throw is not there.
Ball at the 42, line of gain is 29. Play action pass. DePlante rolling to his right. Heavy pressure, fires it deep. Got a man jump ball, intercepted, climbing the ladder and making the catch again. It was Micah Roberts on the pick. Vero gets the football back on their own 15-yard line.
Yeah, he threw that one off his back foot, and that ball just hung up there, seemed like forever. That safety's one heck of a guy, man. He is all over the place. You cannot leave the football hanging up there for that long and expect him not to make a play on it.
I mentioned the ESPN Top 63 list that lists going into their senior years the top 63 players across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast in their senior season. Just a sophomore is Micah Roberts, and he's had a couple of massive plays in the secondary for Vero Beach tonight. Expect to see him on that list in 2027. 1st and 10, Vero Beach with 5:20 to play in the game. Ephraim White in the shotgun with Hillsdale to his right. That's his running back. Takes a snap, and they hand it off right side. Up the middle now, cutting up is Hillsdale. Hillsman, excuse me. I keep on calling him Hillsdale. I'm not sure why, Coach. I apologize for that. And it is a short gain on 1st and 10. Gain of 5 to the 20.
Vero's going to take their time snapping the ball every single time now. Fort Pierce is going to have to bring one of those safeties down in the box. They're going to have to sell out, and if they get beat, it has to be a throw. You cannot not allow them to just run this ball down your throat.
Jamarion Hillsman, the sophomore running back for Vero Beach, has been one of the leading carriers of the football tonight. Him and Ephraim White have seen plenty of play. 2nd down and 5. It's another carry. Hillsman up the middle. Second level gets what he needs to move the chains for an HSS 1st down and goes down at the 28-yard line. Move the chains for Vero.
Again, that's that funky defense that they've been playing. Everybody standing up, trying to confuse the offensive lineman, but you're 2 and 3 yards back. All they do is move forward. They make contact with you, push you back, and then the next thing you know, the defensive lineman, they're in the lap of the linebackers, and it's just an easy 5-6 yard carry for the running back.
1st and 10 from the 29-yard line. Vero Beach with the football on their own half of the field. Ephraim White's got trips receivers to the left, and they hand it off. Hillsman Left side, sidestep on his feet, 5 yards down the field, make it 10 yards down the field. Move the chains, HSS first down, all the way to the 44-yard line. 1st and 10, Vero Beach, as the clock continues to roll. Under 3:49 to play in the game when this ball is snapped.
You remember that timeout they had to use for special teams? That's going to come back and bite them right now.
Speaking of Fort Pierce Central, whose special teams units have kind of given them fits throughout the evening tonight. When getting information from Cobras head coach Mike Watkins, he mentioned injuries in the special teams unit, and that throws everything out of whack. Think of all of those two-a-days, those summer practices, the scrimmages. You're used to having your 11 guys.
Yeah.
1st and 10 from the 44-yard line. Another handoff. Hillman up the middle, gains 3. 2nd and 7 now coming up after Hillsman carries the football.
At this point in time, there's no sense in you having a safety out back 10, 12, 15 yards. You need to get that guy up in there. They're not throwing the football right now. They are trying to run this clock out, and you have to get a stop. You got to get a stop right here. If they can keep them to a loss or a short gain, call a timeout and try and force a punt on 3rd, 4th down, I meant to say, and try and get the ball back with a little bit of time left and give yourself an opportunity to tie this football game up.
2nd and 7. Line to gain is the 46. The ball is at the 47-yard line, short of midfield. Vero Beach running out of time on the play clock here as the officials counting him down. White gets the snap off, runs it himself, gets a man in the backfield, and drop down immediately. A big tackle for loss. One of the fellas there for Fort Pierce Central was Floyd Reynolds. Big D lineman got his head to the football to back up Vero Beach a couple of yards. It'll be 3rd and 9, and a timeout is called to stop the clock with 2:12 remaining in the 4th quarter. 3rd and 9 from their own 45-yard line for Vero Beach. As a sports certified, powered by Vitacost, timeout is called. Coach, we're going to stay right here on ESPN 106.3 and live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Is there any chance Vero Beach throws the football here?
I don't think so. I think I know you want to be aggressive. Now, 1 first down puts this game away, but you also want to force Fort Pierce to use their last timeout. If you're thinking strategically, you don't want them to have a timeout left at all to be able to stop this clock. So if I'm Vero right now, I'm going to run the football, make them burn that last timeout, I may have to give them the football back, but with no timeouts, and then you just you take care of the sidelines, make them throw the ball in the middle of the field.
Ephraim White, quarterback for Vero Beach in the shotguns, got 2 receivers to the right, 2 to the left, spread formation. Hillsman to his right. Design quarterback power off the right side. Got some space. White gets met at the 46-yard line and gets brought down there for a gain of 1 yard. 4th and long coming up for Vero Beach. Fort Pierce Central gets the stop they needed. And another injury timeout is called. It's a Fort Pierce Central player who's on the ground holding his left leg. 1:54 to play in the 4th quarter. 8-point lead for Vero Beach. 4th down, and Vero Beach will be forced to punt this one away. Coach, I'm not exactly sure the ruling on this in terms of injury timeouts by a team that has no timeouts left, but it will cause a halt in play for now. And we will take a 30-second break right here on ESPN 106.3 and be right back before that 4th down snap is taken by Vero Beach. Don't go anywhere.
Don't fumble your finances. Whether you're running a business or running plays, Jay Zolo and Associates keeps your books tight and your stress light. With nearly 30 years of experience, Jay Zolo is your go-to coach for QuickBooks, offering expert consulting, one-on-one training, and full-service bookkeeping. Jay Zolo and Associates, simplifying your books so you can win on and off the field. Visit jzolo.com today. That's JZOLLO.com.
Vero Beach snaps it early, punts it away. A good booming punt, returnable from the 14-yard line. At the 15, sidestep going down at the 20. And Fort Pierce Central will start with the football on their own 20-yard line. And you were surprised just as much as I was, Coach. I thought we had 30 more seconds where Vero Beach was going to grind that clock down and then snap it with 1:20 to go. But no, they hurried up, punted it away, and took everyone by surprise. But they probably only shot themselves in the foot there.
Yeah, that really surprised me on that one. I don't understand that. Well, hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them, because like you said, they definitely could have run off at least another 30 seconds, and that give them 1:34 to try and get in the end zone here.
You said it, 1:34 remaining in the game. DePlant in the shotgun. Fort Pierce Central's down by 8. They have the football on their own 20-yard line. Flag on the play before it begins. And there are 12 men on the field. A penalty will give a free 5 yards to Fort Pierce Central.
Wow.
So, from the 20 to the 25-yard line. 1st and 5 for Fort Pierce Central to start this drive. 1:34 to go in the game. No timeouts remain for Fort Pierce Central. DePlant in the shotgun's got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers to the right. 1st and 5. Central down by 8. Trying to pull off a massive upset here. DePlant looking to pass. Drops back. Heavy pressure. Throws it to the feet of his intended target. Incomplete. Looking for Kyron Platt, and DePlant gets hit and tosses it to the ground. 2nd and 5 now coming up.
And that was only a 3-man pressure there. They brought 3. They got 5 to block 3. Right now, I mean, there's no reason why they should be getting that type of pressure on the quarterback, only rushing 3.
It's kind of what you saw in last year's Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles getting so much pressure on the Chiefs despite not sending any blitzes. It's a game changer, and it sets everything up for success when you have those extra bodies in the secondary providing coverage. Before this ball is snapped, a stoppage from the referee.
And also, they know, the defense knows that they're not going to run the football, so they can just pin their ears back, put their best pass rush moves on, and go get the quarterback.
It's almost like those drills where you're not really thinking of strategy, just sniff down the ball carrier. DePlant takes a snap on 2nd and 5. Pressure on the sides, steps up in the pocket, fires it deep, double coverage, jump ball, deflected, incomplete. Looking for A.J. Hill, and it may have hit the head and the helmet of the defender on the play. I think good defense was made that time by Xavier Stinson to knock that ball away. Incomplete. 3rd and 5 now coming up for Fort Pierce Central, and there is another injured player down. This time it is a Vero Beach defender who looks to be cramping up right at the line of scrimmage. The clock reads 1:20 to play in the 4th quarter. No timeouts remain for Fort Pierce Central. So this is it. This is the drive for Fort Pierce Central. Obviously, it's 4 down territory. They trail by 8, does Central, to Vero Beach. If the Cobras want any chance of winning this game, they not only need a touchdown this drive, they also need a 2-point conversion.
Stranger things have happened, but this is not a opportunity for them to just kind of dink and dunk and get down the field. They need some chunk plays here. They got to keep going the ball deep, especially if you see something where you feel like it's one-on-one. Hopefully either you can get the catch or pass interference, get the 15 yards. So they need chunk plays right here. They can't just dink and dunk and try and get down the field.
So Fort Pierce Central has had some success with those tunnel screens, but when you're only rushing 3, those screens become increasingly less effective. 3rd and 5 coming up for Fort Pierce Central. They have the football on the 25-yard line, have not advanced the football at all this drive apart from a penalty. As DePlant steps up, fires it near side, incomplete. Through the hands of his intended target, who was at the 30-yard line, would have been a 1st down, but instead it's 4th and 5, and it all comes down to this. For Fort Pierce Central to keep their dreams alive of an undefeated season going into the following week. Looking for their first 5-0 start to a season since 2013. Looking for their first win against Vero Beach since 2013. 4th and 5 for Fort Pierce Central. Press coverage down the receivers of the Cobras. As dropping back to pass, goes to Plant. Throws a screen pass, deflected and incomplete. That'll be it. Vero Beach will get the win. A swat down, that time made by Bobby Burbick, as the senior puts a stop to the upset hopes. Vero Beach leading 21-13, takes over with 1:11 to play in the game, and they'll take a couple of formality kneel downs to win this game.
I'll tell you what, Fort Pierce doesn't have anything to hang their heads about. You know, they came out, they played this team extremely tough. This is number one team up this way, and number one team in their district. They played them all the way down to the wire. You know, one or two things go differently, you know, just a completely different score. So they got a lot of stuff they can build off of as far as the rest of the season is concerned.
You know, on paper, when you talk about reputation and looking at recruits, this, that, and the third, you would not expect to be a one-score game between these two sides. You have a number one ranked Vero Beach versus an unranked Fort Pierce Central, and I think you're going to see Fort Pierce Central get votes and be ranked in next week's ESPN West Palm Top 10 because of the performance that we saw here tonight as Ephraim White takes a kneel down at the 30-yard line as the clock will continue to roll, and they'll probably take the only need to take Fort Pierce Central actually had one timeout, so they'll make Vero Beach snap it 2 more times. Hope for something calamitous to happen before we're through with this one. So a sports certified powered by Vitacost timeout will be called by Fort Pierce. We will keep it right here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, the HSS game of the week between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach here at Lawnwood Stadium. It's been a really fun one between these two sides, and it was a delight to watch. I'm excited to see more Fort Pierce Central football throughout the rest of the season, and specifically came out of this game impressed with their quarterback, Drew LaPlante. Made a couple of big-time throws in that first half, but Fort Pierce Central just was not able to find offensive success in the second half. All of their points came in the first half, and then the Vero Beach defense put the clamps down and made one big interception, got an interception going into the halftime break, and Vero Beach will snap the football 2 more times with 1:03 to play in the game on 2nd down and 15. Ephraim White into victory formation here on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63. Make sure you stick around after the final whistle because we will give you the Duffy's MVP of the game. We'll also wrap more things up on ESPN West Palm because we also need to give you the Getting Hot Award presented by Astil AC, where comfort is just a call away. So stick around after the final whistle when this final kneel down is taken, as Vero Beach can now snap that football and run the clock for the rest of the game. And once they do, we'll send it to break and bring it back here, and that will be the case as the clock will trickle down. Back in 60 seconds on ESPN 106.3. Final score, Vero Beach 21, Fort Pierce Central 13 on the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Bias, and Prather.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Back here on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63 live on YouTube. It's a final score between Fort Pierce Central and Vero Beach. At home, Fort Pierce Central puts up a good fight, but the #1 ranked Vero Beach Indians get the win 21-13. And the Vero Beach Indians are getting hot. Brought to you by Astil AC. Make sure you call 561-232-6366 or visit astilac.com. That's aztilac.com, spelled AZTILAC.com. Aztil AC, where comfort is just a call away. It's hard to get hotter than a 5-0 start to your season, and that is what Vero Beach did tonight, winning this district game against Fort Pierce Central. They improved to 2-0 on their district schedule. Fort Pierce Central falls to 0-1 on their district schedule. They fall to 4-1 on their season entirely. Again, Vero Beach is getting hot. Brought to you by Aztil AC. That's just one award. How about the Duffy's MVP of the game? Coach, I got to be honest, it's hard to pick anybody except for the quarterback for Vero Beach, senior Ephraim White. He came into this game as a dual-threat quarterback through and through. We really didn't see much through his arm. I think that was in the game plan. Maybe not want to put too much on tape. It handicapped that Vero Beach offense for sure. And it put the entirety of this game on his legs, on Ephraim White's legs. And he had the first touchdown of the game for Vero Beach. And he truly was the difference offensively that Vero Beach needed. Ephraim White, if you would agree, the Duffy's MVP of the game?
I agree. I definitely agree. I like you said, I think that was the game plan. I think Vero had the advantage in the trenches, so I think that's the reason why they leaned on the running game, and as you should.
And that is your HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball Bias and Prather. Again, final score here at Lawnwood Stadium. It's Vero Beach getting the win, improving to 5-0, staying undefeated 21-13 over Fort Pierce Central. Let's look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl, because we are all looking forward to the Boca Bowl. Going back to Flagler Credit Union Stadium, on the campus of FAU, 2 days before Christmas, 2 o'clock kickoff. You won't want to miss that. December 23rd, again in Boca Raton for the Boca Bowl. We're going to look ahead to the future HSS Games of the Week on our schedule. Every single HSS Game of the Week is broadcasted live and in color, video-wise, on YouTube, on ESPN Top 63, on Twitter at ESPN Top 63, and on Facebook at ESPN West Palm. The next games we're covering next week, we are going to Royal Palm. New Royal, they're calling them. It is Boca Raton at Royal Palm on October 3rd. The week following, we've got the Martin Bowl on October 10th, Martin County at South Fork. And then on October 17th, we have been waiting all year for this one. West Boca at Cardinal Newman, a pair of top 3 teams. We'll see how the poll looks like at the end of this week, if this is more of a Vero Beach looking vulnerable or Fort Pierce Central proving that they belong. But as it stands right now, West Boca and Cardinal Newman, a pair of top 3 teams in the ESPN West Palm top 10. Coach, any parting remarks, but based on what you saw here tonight between Vero Beach and Fort Pierce Central?
I mean, I definitely want to give Fort Pierce their flowers. They came out with an excellent game plan. They played Vero very tough, gave them everything they wanted. I tell you what, if Fort Pierce can stay healthy and continue to grow, this is not a team that you want to see in the playoffs, because this does definitely look like a playoff team here.
And you know what I got? I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the efforts of Micah Roberts, the defensive back for Vero Beach. He's probably second in command for the Duffy's MVP of the game, because he was commanding center field like an absolute pro. One ridiculous one-handed interception that you will see tonight on the ESPN West Palm High School Game Day wrap-up show on YouTube, the same channel you're looking at right now, ESPN Top 63, where Theo Dorsey, Brian Rose, and Cade Chumsland wrap things up. A ridiculous one-handed interception in the first quarter of this game. Again, that was Micah Roberts, the sophomore, making a couple of ridiculous plays. He had 2 picks. The first one was for sure a Play of the Week nominee. Well, for Coach Al Shipman, I'm Christian Catt. This has been the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Bias, and Prather. Once again, final score, Vero Beach 21, Fort Pierce Central 13. Colin Russo will take it from here. We'll take you all the way to 11 o'clock with more recap, reaction, and coverage of high school football across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Take care, folks. Enjoy more coverage on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN Top 63.
Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
This is the Delray Beach Open, the ultimate tennis party. Don't miss today's top professional tennis stars and legends in downtown Delray Beach. February 13th through the 22nd. It's 10 days of 140 miles per hour aces, parties, and all the good vibes. Come for the non-stop action on and off the court. Snap pics and post memories at the DBO. Join us for a jam-packed week of ATP tennis matches where champions play and fans party. DelrayBeachOpen.com for info. Tickets on sale now.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other, made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Let's rewind back to February of 2025 when the Four Nations Face-Off was a tremendous success, not only for the NHL, but also for all the teams that played like Canada, Finland, Sweden, and the United States. Well, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman cleared the path for players to take on the Olympics. For the first time in 12 years, NHL players will take the ice at the 2026 Milan Olympic Games after not participating since 2014. And I think a lot of this has to do with how much of a tremendous success the Four Nations Face-Off was. This is the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tips it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day postgame presented by HSS Florida. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in. Colin Russo, Damian Perez. We are at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Our HSS Game of the Week. Number 1, Vero Beach storms back. 21-13 final score over Fort Pierce Central. A good one. Big plays on either side. A couple big turnovers that ended up being costly throughout the game. We got you covered for the next hour here on post-game coverage, where we'll hear from a couple of coaches from throughout the Palm Beach County area, including Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic, who won yesterday over Forest Hill. We're also going to hear from the head coach of Fort Pierce Westwood, who won over Centennial today. That is Ladarius Van, who's going to join us in just momentarily, so we'll hear from him. Some other scores in the meantime. Benjamin won over Victory Prep 29-14. Spanish River shut out Coral Glades 21-0. Glade Central shut out Clewiston 27-0. Dr. Joaquin Garcia won in a bit of a match against Boynton Beach 28-21. And on top of that, we have some other scores, but Jensen Beach won over Port St. Lucie 37-0. That's number 10, Jensen Beach. But in the meantime, we will loop in the head coach of Fort Pierce Westwood football, who is joining us now, Coach Ladarius Van. Coach Van, welcome in. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. What about yourself?
Pretty good. Coming off a win. Congratulations. Walk us through the game a little bit over Centennial 22-16. What happened tonight?
Man, it was a heartbreaker. It was a game. It was a game that kept me on my toes. The guys executed. They executed. They did what they were supposed to do. Finished the game strong. We got a very special player that I knew was a very special player since the day I walked on campus. That is Jermaine Walker. He stepped up, and he stepped up big.
And, Coach, getting into the game, what was the expectation of how you think this game would have went? What was the game plan, and did that go to plan, or did that go sort of haywire?
I could be, I am not just speaking. I think our team is a very talented team. They just used to lack the confidence, and I think it's a big confidence booster as well as last week. I think the kids are doing what they need to do. The X's and O's and executing it. What we tell them, what they're going to see, and just doing the job that we know they can do.
And Coach, going into the game, did you ever think, coming out of this now 2 straight wins, is the team sort of trending upward? Give me a little bit temperature check of how you feel about the team at this point, four games in.
Yes, I think the temperature check should be up sky high. We got four players coming in from a little hiatus, four starters that will be joining us next week. So, we're going to be fully loaded next week. So, we pretty much had one running back on the depth chart tonight. And we got the job done. So we just, we're going to beef up. We had a lot of young guys on defense. We got, 3 seniors that will be returning on defense.
And, Coach, you mentioned that you're going to be back to full strength. A lot of guys who are coming back into the fold of things after this game against Centennial. Coming out of a game like that, does it almost feel like an escape because you were a little short-handed? You were missing a couple pieces here and there. You won a hard-fought battle 22-16. Do you sort of get out of there with a sigh of relief, especially on the road, that, hey, well, you know what, escaped with the win?
Yes, it's a sigh of relief. Guys stepped up and got the job done. We always think about the next man mentality. And that's what helped us get that win tonight.
And, Coach, 3 straight road games for you guys after playing Jensen Beach and Martin County in the early part of the year. Getting the guys going back and forth on the road. What do you tell them when you're packing up that bus for the 3rd straight week? Do you like playing in those road environments, or are you excited to get back home?
Yes, I like playing on the road. Guys ain't got too many fans in the stands, and they can stay focused. When we home, there's a lot of guys in the fans. This was like a home game. You got a lot of guys, a lot of family members in the fans, and the guys are looking to see who's there, who's not. Away games help the kids focus, I think, better.
Coach Ladarius Van of Fort Pierce Westwood joining us now, sitting at 2-2 now after a 22-16 win over Centennial today on ESPN 106.3. Coach, what has been that big surprise to you about this team? What has surprised you thus far?
Man, the big surprise is the young guys stepping up, like, a Surreal Townsend. You got guys like that. Guys like, you got PV, guy like PV, stuff like that. Guys that you never thought would take the ham, and they stepping up on defense. You ask them to do different job. We had a DN playing linebacker tonight, and he stepped up big for us.
And Coach, what would you say in terms of the reliance on young players stepping up, or even the leaders that you have on the team? Who have been the sort of the players on the field that you've sort of leaned upon in order from the leadership side of things and being an extension of the coaching staff, but also for the production on the field?
Defense is not our defense without Greg Merrick. Greg Merrick is the anchor of our defense, and he plays in the middle. He plays in the mud. You know what I mean? So without Greg Merrick, guys like that, you have one of the best corners in the county in this area. I would say is in Jakeem Ellison. I just don't know why he don't get the recognition that he get, because that kid is a special guy. He can cover, he can run, and he can tackle.
And Coach, to circle back to that game against Centennial, what would you say the nitpicks are? What do you think the team needs to continue to improve upon now back to full strength this week in practice that you're going to really dial in?
Focus, stay focused, and just execute the X's and O's that we draw up. If we do that, we'll have a nice ending and a nice ending. You know what I mean? So I think we'll fare out very well if we just continue to execute what we game plan.
Coach Van, you mentioned a couple of times now about getting the guys, making sure all their ducks are in a row in terms of just staying focused, staying on task, understanding where you are, who you're playing. Even if that means a road game, you don't have as many people in the stands cheering you guys on. I'm curious from a coach's perspective, when you're trying to dial in focus, does that start throughout the week? Does it start with the urgency that you set, or is it set by the guys in the locker room themselves? How have you sort of battled that as you're getting the guys to focus up?
It started with the coaching staff, but also it started with the guys in the locker room, because at the end of the day, every good team is ran by their players. We just organize it as coaches. That's the game plan that I go through each and every day. I tell the players that each and every day. Without a good locker room, we can't be successful, and they have lately dialed in, and you can see it on the field.
And did you have conversations with certain players that you do rely upon in the locker room that, hey, like, I need more out of you, I need this out of you? Did you sort of redial after starting 0-2?
Yes, I lean on my seniors because they are the leaders of the team. You have your Jabari Mons, you have your Greg Merrick, you have your Christopher CJ, Christopher Lynch, things like that. These are the leaders that can be focused and ones that even kill, win or lose, and trying to get the guys back, focused on what's ahead, because each week is a championship game.
And Coach, speaking of the championship games up ahead, you guys got the Kings Academy on the road next week, I guess in a couple days here. Is this a rescheduled game? So tell me a little bit about what's on the docket up ahead for you guys.
Guys, we have Kings Academy on Monday, and then we come back home.
Tell me about that. That's got to be unbelievable. That's unbelievable. I mean, what do you got? Practice tomorrow? Reset? Just walkthroughs?
No, we just get together Monday and we go out and play. You know what I mean? So we have a time and how many days we can practice. Get the guys a little bit of rest after a hard fought win like that. We just got to go in there and just finish the job.
And, Coach, I mean, coming out of a Monday, too, that's got to be the biggest sort of hiccup that you could throw into the schedule in terms of building a feel. But do you anticipate that the guys are going to be ready for that type of match? Weird environment Monday afternoon, or comparatively, do you have any experience doing that?
No, not really. I'm pretty sure they don't either. But, we're going to ice up. We got an ice day tomorrow, and we'll go from there. I think the guys will be focused. The guys are really riled up about the opportunity to go out there and finish that game and get back into that game and get it done.
Coach Ladarius Van of Fort Pierce Westwood joining us now. Coach, last couple things here. What's been the most unsung aspect of the team? Whether that's a position group or a specific player that comes to mind, who has been that person that, hasn't necessarily gotten their flowers, gotten their recognition, but, goes unsaid just how much their contribution has helped to the team?
We can put, like I said, Jakeem Ellison, and we can put him on one side of the field, and that side is pretty much locked down. So You know, you have guys like Jermaine Walker. Everybody knows Jabari Mons and, you know, things like that. You got guys like EJ Weathers. So we have guys like that. So, you know what I mean? So it's pretty much not an ensemble, but if I was to just pick one player, it'd be Jakeem Ellison.
And, Coach, I'm curious, you know, first year at Fort Pierce Westwood, has this been any sort of a surprise in terms of getting involved, getting acclimated with this program, or is this something that has been seamless to you?
I can't say it's seamless, you know what I mean? So just trying to change the culture. The culture is been you know, tango has been a fight, you know, but the guys are deciding to buy in. The guys are buying in each and every week more and more. So they see my vision and where I want to go. The staff and the faculty and staff see my vision. At the end of the day, it's not just about football. It's about making these young men better individuals that we can put out in the community and be a beacon of light.
And I guess that's interesting, too. You mentioned the culture and getting guys to buy in. The right term for it is probably growing pains. And coming in, taking over, getting guys to sort of buy in mid-season when you also have to prepare for teams and different aspects of the game and looking to improve. I mean, tell me a little bit about what you've learned about yourself as a coach in terms of establishing a culture, short notice, kind of, you know, get through the process.
I think patience. I think I have learned patience. I have learned to lean on my coaching staff. You know what I mean? I've been my coaching staff, my assistant Eddie Davis. You know, we have many talks about where we go and where we decide we want to be and what the steps to take to get there.
And, Coach, I'm curious yourself, did you always know that you personally wanted to get into coaching? Was that something that sort of just fell into your lap? How'd that come about?
Yes, this opportunity just fell in my lap. But 4 years prior to this, I was talking to people on Facebook about if another opportunity come available in Fort Pierce, I'd love to take it. And it came there. I was in Georgia for the last 18 years. So they gave me a call, and, you know, I jumped on it. You know what I mean? Just giving me an opportunity to give back to my community who you know, got me to where I am today. So, you know, I just wanted to come back and give to my community.
And, Coach, being in Georgia, was always the plan to come back to Florida at some point?
It wasn't the plan. You know, it was out the blue. And I just, you know, one day I got the call and I said, give me a day or two. I talked to my wife and she said, this is something you always wanted to do. So, and that's what we did.
Coach, last thing here, going ahead the next week where you got 2 games basically in the next 7 days. Tell me a little bit about how you're going to be dialing in these guys in practice and what you're expecting throughout the next week.
We're gonna keep it light, you know what I mean? Just concentrate on the X's and O's. You know, these guys know how to tackle, these guys know how to hit. So we're gonna probably be padded probably one day, and the rest of the days that we'll keep it light and then just try to execute and be focused and be ready for the game.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you giving me a little bit of background on how the game went tonight. Congratulations on the win, getting back in the win column. I appreciate you giving us the time on a Friday night. Enjoy the win. Enjoy the weekend. We'll talk again soon, all right?
All right, thank you.
You got it. That's Coach Ladarius Vann of Fort Pierce Westwood. They won tonight 22-16. They have won 2 straight, 2-2 now on the season, as we got more to do and a lot more people to talk to as we continue on here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. On the other side of things, we'll hear from Coach Jason Belser, perhaps, of Benjamin High School. We'll also got to hear from Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic. A lot more to do. Stick around for it. It's Colin Russo, Damian Perez at the Steady Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smithball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smithball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Let's rewind back to February of 2025 when the Four Nations Face-Off was a tremendous success, not only for the NHL, but also for all the teams that played like Canada, Finland, Sweden, and the United States. Well, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman cleared the path for players to take on the Olympics. For the first time in 12 years, NHL players will take the ice at the 2026 Milan Olympic Games after not participating since 2014. And I think a lot of this has to do with how much of a tremendous success the Four Nations Face-Off was. This is the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program.
All right, let's talk about your game day routine. You've got the jersey, the cooler, the tickets, but what about your ride? Show up looking like a champion with Unlimited Auto Wash Club. With 6 South Florida locations, every membership includes unlimited 100% hand washes, 1 per day, every day. From a quick exterior shine to the ultimate special with wax, Rain-X, and interior touch-ups, Unlimited Auto Wash keeps your car looking its best all season long. Call 561-WASH-ME-TOO or visit a location today.
Whether it's a clutch touchdown pass, a game-winning dunk, or an impressive dash to the finish, we want to highlight the best performance of the week. The winning performance will receive $500 courtesy of Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Catch the biggest moments and winners all season long on ESPN 106.3 and ESPN West Palm Play. Nominate them today by emailing highschool@espnwestpalm.com. Baptist Health Orthopedic Care. Welcome to being treated like a pro.
ESPN West Palm is on the move. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage, the most trusted moving company in Florida. You're safe with Safebound. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Hi, everybody. Colin Russo with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day Postgame. We're at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. A good HSS game of the week, 21-13, Vero Beach over Fort Pierce Central. Some other scores from throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area as we got some more coaches to talk to. Got you up until 11 p.m. right here on ESPN 106.3. But Fort Pierce Westwood, we just talked to Coach Ladarius Van. They won over Centennial 22-16. Benjamin, we might talk to Coach Jason Belser momentarily. They won 29-14 over Victory Prep. Spanish River and Nick LaSala, our guy, the Dan Campbell of Palm Beach County. They won over Coral Glades 21-0. Glade Central won over Clewiston 27-0. Dr. Joaquin Garcia won over Boynton Beach. That was 28-21 was the final score over there. Jensen Beach won over Port St. Lucie 37-0. Jensen Beach at number 10 in our ESPN top 10 ranking. So congratulations to them. And as for the other score updates, there's been a couple lightning delays from throughout the Palm Beach County area. So we're keeping a steady eye on what's accurate and what's not. But in terms of actual score updates, what I have is I know Kings Academy was up over Inlet Grove late in the second half. Palm Beach Lakes and Wellington were in the fourth quarter. Last I saw 18-12. Santa Lucia's was up big over John I. That was 50-0 last I saw there. 20-6, excuse me. Jupiter was winning over Palm Beach Central with in the midpoint of the third quarter, 20-6. So Jason Cradman's getting those guys ready to play, and Palm Beach Central basically plays a gauntlet of a schedule. They have a tough game week in and week out. So that's what you have there, and we'll have more as we get more updates as we get closer. Moss Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. It's created by Leo Messi. Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise on quality ingredients and amazing taste. Comes in 5 sensational flavors inspired by Messi, including Miami's Punch, Lemon Lime League, Berry Copa, El Crush, Orange Dior, and the newest flavor, the Greatest Grape. Purchase Moss Plus by Messi today at Walmart or go online to mossbymessi.com. So what we will do is we will hear from the head coach of John Carroll Catholic. Coach Mickey Grudy was able to join us a little earlier on talking about the game from yesterday where they won 41-0. Let's take a listen to Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic. Rolling on here with our Keiser's Coach's Corner on ESPN 106.3, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Welcoming in the head coach of John Carroll Catholic, sitting at 4-1, had a good win yesterday over Forest Hill, 41-0. I'd like to welcome in good friend of show, Mickey Grudy, head coach of the football team, joining us now. Coach Grudy, welcome in. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. I appreciate you having me.
Coach, I mean, the team's been playing really well as of late, especially defensively. Haven't given up a point in the last couple of weeks here. Talk to me a little bit about the pulse of the team through about halfway at the point of the season.
Yeah, I'm really happy with our guys. I think last time you and I spoke, we were gearing up for Cardinal Newman, and that game did not go the way we wanted it to, but I think it was kind of a bit of a good wake-up call, for our guys. We had some success last year going 10-0. And then kind of starting off that way, I think it kind of brought some guys back down to earth a little bit and say, okay, we need to kind of regroup and get refocused up, and great teams are led by players, and I really thought our players did a good job of kind of coming back from that game and refocusing themselves without really much of our coaching staff doing much.
And coming out, let's go back to that Cardinal Newman game before we go into yesterday. You mentioned, it didn't go the way you wanted it to go. Cardinal Newman, of course, one of the best teams in South Florida. What do you think your team learned from an opponent like that and from a game like that?
I think self-inflicted wounds, obviously to beat a team like Cardinal Newman, you've got to limit your mistakes, and we did not do that game. We had, some special teams blunders, which gave them some extra possessions, which you want to try to limit the possessions you give those guys as much as possible. But I really think it kind of gave our guys an opportunity to realize, okay, I need to really kind of be mentally prepared as well as physically, just to kind of go through their head, what could I possibly see? What scenario could I see, prior to game night? So that way when the lights are bright and they do go ahead and get into a certain scenario, whether it's a coverage or a front, whatever it may be, they've run that through their head multiple times so that they kind of know and expect it and can make the adjustments when needed.
And coming off of that game, that's, a tough game to come out of, especially in the early part of the year. What did you tell your guys throughout the week following? And you got a couple weeks until your next game. How was the adversity response, especially in the early part of the year, that you noticed from your guys?
I really feel our senior leaders on the team did a great job. Guys like Paul Zykowski, Jackson Summerall, Trey Jackson, and Jeremy Pittman. I really thought they did a good job of kind of getting guys back on track. I didn't really say much. We talked for a little while in the locker room after that game and just kind of commented on some things that I saw that we need to improve on. And, I waited for their reaction, and everybody was there the next day for, recovery run and different things, and, in today's society, it seems like when things get going tough, sometimes people, bail or make excuses, but none of our guys did that. The entire team was there. We got our recovery run in, and we're kind of ready to go. And guys were asking questions about the opponent the following week, Okeechobee, and getting ready for them. And it was good to see. It didn't deter our guys too much.
Would you make the argument that the guys are better off that they had a game like that where they played not only a great opponent, but sort of had not a wake-up call, but, got woken up a bit to what the team can be versus what other teams can do if you guys are not on your keys? You think your team's better off the fact that you had Cardinal Newman that first week of the year?
100%. And I really was happy with our guys and how they honed that loss and didn't really point the finger, didn't make excuses to one another. We owned it as a unit. Our motto is #1. And, that's through adversity. That's when things are good. That's when things are bad. We are one unit, and I really think they honed that and did a really good job, owning that and making sure we weren't going to let that happen again. That game's in the past, and they've done a good job of focusing every week moving forward, and I think it's shown.
Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic Football with us now on ESPN 106.3. Coach, in the 4 games since 4-0, teams playing really well are now buzzing in the right direction. To compare and contrast the team that we saw last night against Forest Hill versus the team that we would have saw maybe a month ago around this time coming off that loss? What's different about the team in that period of time?
Just kind of like we talked about, the self-inflicted wounds to where, we're having to have that team, our opponent try to go ahead and, make us make mistakes rather than us making them ourselves, self-inflicted wounds. Something we've really been harping on, ever since that Newman game and throughout the season, making sure we're doing the simple things right, making sure we have our foundation. And that's what we did as a coaching staff, too, making sure we're good at our base and understanding what our methods are, from the bottom up and getting really good at things before we kind of expand on them. And I think that's helped us tremendously.
And, Coach, I was at the Forest Hill game yesterday. I'm curious about how you thought that game would go. What was the game plan going in? What went well? What went according to plan?
I really thought we did a good job kind of spreading them out, getting our RPO game, going. We had some run-pass options that I thought were really successful in our screen game. And then I really have to give props to our defensive coordinator, Coach Lubin, and his staff. And that defensive line, to me, was dominant yesterday. I thought we'd have some success if we were able to kind of control their run game. Forest Hill's really good at running the ball. And we did a really good job containing their quarterback and their running backs. And I thought that was a big part of the game to go ahead and get that shutout win.
And, Coach, a shutout win. Talk to me a little bit about how the defense has sort of progressed throughout the year. Are you learning more about what works for the defense? Is everybody sort of firing on all cylinders? Do you have any questions about any point in the defense? I mean, what's the sort of temperature check of where you're at defensively?
I think it's kind of honed in. We had a couple question marks in preseason camp, and getting a new defensive coordinator with Coach Lubin coming over from PSL. It took a little time, I think, to get them in sync, but I think everyone's now on the same page. And I really think it was a good job by Coach Lubin, making an emphasis to guys to know what they're doing on defense when certain plays are called, and also to kind of go ahead and know why they're doing those things. I think that's a big, big thing we've been trying to do in all three phases is guys know what they're supposed to do on certain plays, but understanding why and in certain scenarios why we're calling those certain plays. And I think they've done a really good job of that. And owning that and honing that has done a phenomenal thing for our defense.
And, Coach, tell me a little bit about what parts of the defense have taken major steps forward, especially from last year in comparison. You guys had a great year. But I'm curious, in terms of the directions that the defense has taken, we'll get to the offense in a minute. Where do you think the defense has really taken steps forward in terms of progression?
Our defensive line unit in our front seven, we had some question marks at linebacker because we graduated about 3 seniors in the linebacker position. But that front seven we have right now, I mean, they're really, really good. I haven't been excited for a group like that in a very long time. So I'm really happy for those guys that they're stepping up the way they are, and they've been a dominant force the last 4 games for us, and I think they'll continue to do so for the rest of the season.
Coach, I'm curious. You guys have played a number of games to this point. A lot of them have been lopsided. You guys have played either really well against opponents or the Cardinal-Newman game where it was sort of the other way around. A close back-and-forth affair. That hasn't necessarily happened yet, at least towards the end of the game. Of course, it could have happened in the first half. But seeing how these guys respond to tighter environments, manufacturing that in-game adversity, what do you do for that? Do you kind of just hoping that one of these days your guys are going to be ready for when it kind of gets dialed in, drive-by-drive basis? Or do you sort of do this in practice, situations, stuff like that? How do you are anticipating how your team is going to handle that when it gets down to like a close game back and forth?
Yeah, it's funny you say that. We just last Sunday in my coaches' meetings with my coaching staff, we were talking about that, and it's almost silly to even say. It's kind of a blessing and a curse for, us to even be saying, or, a running clock, which we've been able to kind of produce in the last couple of games is a kind of a negative thing because, our starters don't get the work in, for 4 quarters that I'd like them to. And, that second half, it just goes by so quick. And then we're trying to get all the guys in so they can go ahead and play, when the game kind of gets taken care of. But, last night we had a plan to go ahead and try to get the starters to at least play 3 full quarters. I don't think we stopped them on defense in the 3rd quarter, and then Donovan went ahead and returned a punt for a touchdown, which, got the running clock going. So the offense we only had 1 drive in the second half. So I think things like that, are stuff we got to continue to work on. And, not that we ever want to run the clock up on somebody, but trying to get guys reps and quality reps against a quality opponent, for 4 quarters is something, that we haven't really been able to do. But we've been doing a lot of one-on-one, 1v1 in team and stuff like that during the week and stuff like that. And I expect next week, we're going to have a pretty good game against Holy Trinity as we get ready for Jensen Beach, which will be a good one.
Coach Mickey Grudy, John Carroll Catholic Football with us on ESPN 106.3. To flip it onto the offensive side, talk to me about the progression offensively. The team has been scoring at will. The team has been able to turn defense into offense, but also turn special teams into offense, and also allow their offense to sort of grow and take steps forward. What have you noticed about your offense comparatively to now, to what it's been and where it's going?
Yeah, our offensive line, our offensive line coach and run game coordinator, Coach Joe Molina has just done a phenomenal job with the front five. I mean, we have the two big guys on the outside, but the three guys in the middle, we have Nico Fasano, Cam Bowen, and Tommy Smith, and it's just great to watch those guys operate with their calls and checks that they go ahead and do on their own. It's pretty special when you have a group like that. We have an injury to Yuri Gonzalez, but I believe he's going to be coming back soon, which is just going to make that group even better. And obviously when you got a running back like Jeremy Pittman, that helps out a lot. He's a very hard runner, runs hard every single time he touches the ball, whether it's in a game, whether it's in practice, whatever it may be. And I think we're really building on that. We did a great job kind of throwing the ball around a little bit last night, being able to Forestill did some things that will allowed us to go ahead and pass it out of the RPO game. It's funny, a lot of teams we've played have really kind of been keying on our outside wide receiver, KJ Davis, which has allowed us to have some success running the football, So I think eventually we're going to run into, some teams that will go ahead and try to take away the run, and I think we'll have, a good passing attack ready to go. It's interesting. Our offense is pretty balanced to where teams are going to go ahead and try to take away the run. We'll be able to go ahead and pass it, and vice versa. And I think that's shown the last year and a half. In the last year and a half to right now, we've only lost 2 games. So I think the system we have in place is exactly what we need, and we have the personnel for it.
A lot of positives to take away. You mentioned the RPO game and how you're able to pass the ball, make decisions. The one thing about that offense I'm curious about is it's a very reactionary offense. You got to make sure that guys are intuitive, understand the flow and feel for the game, also understand what they're supposed to read from a defensive perspective when they're going against it offensively. What do you tell your guys in terms of honing that in? Do you sort of just try to teach feel? Do they have to watch themselves for it to sort of click? That RPO offense, I think, is really good when done right. And of course, you guys are doing it right, but getting them to do it right and seeing the right things is also a whole challenge in of itself. How have you done that?
Yeah, and it's a lot. A lot of our offense is number game. Where the fewest guys. We want to kind of attack the field, what we call a grass area. Where's there more grass than there are people? And that's something guys will have to kind of understand. And it takes a little while. We have some young freshmen that are playing on the varsity that, and some sophomores that are still trying to understand that and grasp that concept. And it's a system program we have. We develop guys, and it takes a little while. But as soon as the more time they get with our varsity and stuff like that, they're going to go ahead and be able to kind of see those things as well when it comes to number game or leverage, depending on what the game plan or what we're going to see on defense that week. But it's a beautiful thing when everything gets clicking and guys understand it, and they can kind of read my mind. Where if I call an RPO and I'm thinking in my head, okay, we should probably pass this, and the quarterback knows he sees leverage or whatever it may be, it's great to go ahead and see the offense doing it on their own and kind of reading my mind. So that's a great feeling as a coach when you've got 11 guys on the offense being able to read your mind.
And Coach, with John Carroll having the 41-0 win over Forestill on a Thursday, let me ask you this: do you like playing the Thursday games, having the full weekend, an extra day of preparation in preparation for next week's game?
Yeah, I really don't mind it. I'm big on recovery. We've invested a fair amount into our training room at school with recovery, ranging from the boots. We've got different massage chairs. We have ice tubs and different things. And I'm proud of our guys for actually, honing that and taking advantage of that, because I really think that's a big part of it, to make sure our guys are running it as close to 100% as possible. And our trainer, Miss Kathy, is awesome. So it's really good to see our guys taking pride in that. And Thursday games, it's a short week, but we came off a bye week, so it really actually wasn't bad this week. I think we finished out the year with Friday games, but I really don't mind them. It allows for some extra recovery time, kind of gives us almost an extra bye week kind of right now, and preparing for the next 4 or 5 games we have.
And Coach, before we look ahead on the schedule, let me ask you this: at the halfway point in the regular season, what would you say the identity of this team is?
I think just a bunch of hard workers. I don't think we're flashy in any way. We're a team that's going to go ahead and we're going to give you our best for 48 minutes. We're going to send 11 guys to the ball. We're going to go ahead and play whistle to whistle, and we're going to come at you for a full 48 minutes, and extra time if we need it. But this is just a great group, and it's, we've had a few injuries here or there, and it's been next guy up mentality. Very unselfish team, and I'm really excited for the next few weeks ahead.
And looking ahead to Holy Trinity, going to there, a lot of road games on the schedule. What are you looking for in terms of honing in your keys, expecting a closer game next week? What are you planning on?
Yeah, Holy Trinity, they're sneaky good. They're kind of under the radar. They've got a good record. They've played some good opponents. They have some good quality wins. They're a spread offense like we are, so I'm happy to kind of see that because our defense has obviously played us against ourselves for quite a bit. So I'm confident in our defense. They do some different things on their defense. They run some different fronts, some different coverages, and they try to hide things. So we're going to have to do a good job of really kind of finding their indicators. And then on special teams, I think we've done a good job for most of the year, taking advantage of that third of the game on special teams. And we're going to go ahead and need to do that, next week and the weeks leading up until the end of the year.
Coach, and then looking ahead, let me ask you to nitpick a little bit because you guys have had a lot of big-time wins, not easy, but lopsided affairs. What are the things that you're really honing in on in terms of that you don't think you guys do well enough yet?
I think some route running, with our receivers. I think because we've had so much success on the ground game, it's easy to get complacent. And, I want to go ahead and kind of see our receivers running full speed. And, they might run routes that they think, I never get the ball in this play, and kind of maybe try to take that play off. And that's one thing. And then also, which I think we can always get better at, is tackling, on the defensive side of the ball. I'm always looking to improve tackling, making sure we got 11 guys to the ball, especially with Holy Trinity and then Jensen following that. They've got some speedsters, so we're going to have to go ahead and make sure we've got 11 guys to the ball to help out on defense in all areas.
And, Coach, in the time that you've been at John Carroll, the one thing I'm always interested in hearing from coaches is the development, and you've been there for so long, the development of the culture and how that sort of bleeds down into the younger classes and the guys coming up, looking up to the team and watching the team when they're younger and eventually growing their way through it. Tell me a little bit about how you think the culture has really set itself. Has it changed from throughout the years? Do you do it a year-by-year thing? Have the guys done a good job buying in? How do you handle it as the head coach of the team?
I really think the guys have bought into what we've been doing since I've been there, and I think it starts, up top at our school. We have an amazing president in Mrs. Corey Hero, and her entire family is a big Notre Dame football family, so she's a big football fan herself, and she's very supportive. And I think when you show your team and your kids how supportive the community around the football team is, I think that's a big part of it. So I really can't thank, our entire John Carroll community, our parents, our fans, and everybody. I think that's a big part of it. People want to play for John Carroll on Friday nights because I think of our community, and our admin at school. I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's a big part, that when they see the alumni be so successful, I think, we've had a lot of guys go on and, John Carroll's obviously a high academic school, and we've been able to put guys in different schools and things like that for high academics rather than just football. And just as well as I do, the recruiting, path is so different nowadays. A lot of guys are having to go to smaller schools, and John Carroll gives them that opportunity to go ahead and do that. And then if they want to transfer out, they can, just because the recruiting landscape has just taken such a different toll. And I feel like it's changing every day and every night. But I think that's a big part of, what John Carroll is. It's been that way for a while, long before I got there. I'm just glad I can go ahead and keep kind of that tradition and community strength going.
And, Coach, you mentioned a couple interesting things there about recruiting. When you get guys involved, I mean, comparatively to what it was, we could even say 5-6 years ago, bigger schools are it's a stepping stone process nowadays, from high school to either collegiately at one level to the next level to the next level. You never know the steps that it takes to get to the level that the guys are sort of striving for. And is that something that you almost have to make clear to guys that are looking to play at different levels to an additional level? Do you have to tell them, hey, this is going to take a bit, whether you like it or not? This is just how teams operate in terms of the recruiting landscape. Have you had conversations like that? Have guys started to understand that? Because it has changed, I would even say, in the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, it really has. And, it's changing every year, just more and more, and I'm honest. I'm always 100% honest with our kids when it comes to recruiting, and I never want to shatter anybody's bubble, about going to play college ball. But I think that's part of the reason I love being at John Carroll is, because of the academics and because of what happens inside the classroom walls, we're able to provide kids opportunities, to high academic schools to where they can still play football and continue playing at the next level if they want to, but I don't sugarcoat anything when it comes to talking to my players about where I think they could end up playing, at the next level. And if I am doing that or pretending like, hey, we'll get you, an SEC scholarship, that's just doing a disservice to the kid. I can't sit here and tell these kids to be, men of their word if I'm not a man of mine. So that's just a big part of it. I think just being honest with the guys and explaining, like, it is a stepping stone platform almost. Unless you're a 5-star, 4-star guy, odds are, you're probably going to have to go somewhere a little bit smaller, grind and grow and get in the college weight room there and then transfer out. And I never thought we'd have college coaches coming into my office pitching guys, hey, come to my school for 2 years and then you can go ahead and transfer to a bigger school. But here we are.
And, Coach, let me ask you this before I let you go. I'm curious, what got you into coaching? Did you always know you wanted to be a coach? Was that something that just sort of fell into your lap? What was the sort of process that led you to today?
So it's funny, back in my FAU days, obviously I was a punter, but there was one spring football season where we only had 3 quarterbacks, I think, on the roster. And I, went to our OC, Daryl Jackson at the time, and I asked him, hey, this spring, I'm maybe interested in coaching when I get done playing. Can I play quarterback? And I played quarterback, I think, kind of for every spring after that, and started to kind of learn the X's and O's and inside outs of things and stuff like that. And, I was lucky enough to go ahead and start teaching and coaching at Vero Beach just because my family had moved up there after I got done at FAU, and I worked under Lenny Jankowski, and you can see what he's done at Vero Beach and the program he runs. And, for me being in high school with Coach George Smith, playing at FAU under Coach Snellenberger and, being part of Lenny's staff at Vero, and I was able to kind of learn from 3 different, really good coaches. And I think I've kind of put my own spin on things, but being a part of those 3 programs, St. Thomas for high school, FAU, and then Vero, I've been able to learn and see from some really good mentors.
And you've always known, even as a player, that, hey, this is probably something I want to stick around with, and this is something that I want to continue to teach, even to the point that where you're willing to learn a new position just so you're better prepared to be a coach?
Yep, exactly. And you can, and I tell my kids this all the time, you can never stop learning. And if I'm ever in my position where I'm at as athletic director and head football coach, and I'm not trying to learn anymore, then I shouldn't be in that position.
Well, Coach, wow, that's an interesting story. How about that? I appreciate you giving us a little bit of a rundown of how the team has gone to this point at the halfway point. Congratulations on the win yesterday, 4-1. Looking forward to talking again soon as we get further into the season. All right?
Thanks, man. I appreciate all you guys do.
Oh, you got it. That's Coach Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic. 4-1, 41-0 win over Forest Hill yesterday. Colin Russo, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, taking a timeout on ESPN 106.3.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
This is the Delray Beach Open, the ultimate tennis party. Don't miss today's top professional tennis stars and legends in downtown Delray Beach. February 13th through the 22nd. It's 10 days of 140 miles per hour aces, parties, and all the good vibes. Come for the non-stop action on and off the court. Snap pics and post memories at the DBO. Join us for a jam-packed week of ATP tennis matches where champions play and fans party. DelrayBeachOpen.com for info. Tickets on sale now.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
All right, let's talk about your game day routine. You've got the jersey, the cooler, the tickets, but what about your ride? Show up looking like a champion with Unlimited Auto Wash Club. With 6 South Florida locations, every membership includes unlimited 100% hand washes, 1 per day, every day. From a quick exterior shine to the ultimate special with wax, Rain-X, and interior touch-ups, Unlimited Auto Wash keeps your car looking its best all season long. Call 561-WASH-ME-TOO or visit a location today.
Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Let's rewind back to February of 2025 when the Four Nations Face-Off was a tremendous success, not only for the NHL, but also for all the teams that played like Canada, Finland, Sweden, and the United States. Well, NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman cleared the path for players to take on the Olympics. For the first time in 12 years, NHL players will take the ice at the 2026 Milan Olympic Games after not participating since 2014. And I think a lot of this has to do with how much of a tremendous success the Four Nations Face-Off was. This is the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management Program. The pink smoke is taking over South Florida. Listen to Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Sergio Busquets, and Jordi Alba and Inter Miami in their pursuit of an MLS Cup all season long right here on ESPN 106.3.
Messi, left foot, in on Guzan, tips it up and over, it's a goal! Lionel Messi is on the board!
Listen to it all on the ESPN South Florida app, brought to you by PNC Bank, Audi, and Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivy, and Fronrath.
This is the Delray Beach Open, the ultimate tennis party. Don't miss today's top professional tennis stars and legends in downtown Delray Beach. February 13th through the 22nd. It's 10 days of 140 miles per hour aces, parties, and all the good vibes. Come for the non-stop action on and off the court. Snap pics and post memories at the DBO. Join us for a jam-packed week of ATP tennis matches where champions play and fans party. DelrayBeachOpen.com for info. Tickets on sale now.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida, live from the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Colin Russo, Damian Perez with you. So we had a packed night of high school football area coverage. Big thanks to Mickey Grudy of John Carroll Catholic for giving us the time. Big thanks to all the coaches who have given us, Darius Van of Fort Pierce Westwood and all the other coaches that we talked to, Lenny Jankowski and all those guys. Congratulations to Vero Beach on a good win today over Fort Pierce Westwood. A very good one. On top of that, 21-13. Catch our social medias, ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X, where you can see all of our area coverage, and you could also watch the live stream. Christian Cat did a terrific job with Al Shipman on the call, so you can listen to that or listen back to it on our broadcast, or you can watch it back on those social media sites. Listen, we're all going home, and this time of the year, you're going to sweat, you're gross, you lather, you rinse in the shower, you moisturize, you repeat. But here's the problem. At this point, you practically train for the Shower Olympics, but here's the twist. When you realize that your skin is having issues, whatever it might be, it's not your shampoo's fault, it's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no interest, no payments. Visit Culligan.com for more information, or just say, hey, Culligan, man, Florida State just got screwed out of a call against Virginia at Virginia, 46-38, double OT. It was 3rd and 7, and Thomas Castellanos fired a ball in 25 yards into the right side of the end zone, and it was bobbled at the beginning part. And after a couple steps, bobble, made possession with 1 foot in. I thought it was clearly in, and they called it a touchdown, I believe, on the field. And they turned it over. Second OT now, and Florida State came out. It was 4th and 7. They just got a false start. It's 4th and 12. It's double OT. 3-1 Virginia against an undefeated Florida State sitting at 8, who have Miami next week. Castellanos comes in, they call a timeout. What a mess. Florida State. Get your life together. Now, I think they got screwed out of that call. That's the one thing I'll say. That was a catch. But Mike Norvell and company in a lot of trouble here. Down 8 points. Not only do they need to score, they need to get the 2-point conversion, or else they're going into that Miami game at home with a loss. Wow. If you're watching this, he catches the ball about a yard into the end zone. The end zone's 10 yards. And he bobbles it. He's running along with it. Bobble. The ball's in the air. He's basically playing patty cake with it. And then he maintains possession in that last step and a half of the end zone. Both hands on it. Clear as day possession with his foot in the ground. And then he puts another foot down. Unless he thinks the ball gets, they lose possession of the ball again, which all right, hold on. I kind of see the vision. I think I see the vision. All right. Score 1 to the ACC refs. My bad. 4th and 12 here. We'll do a little play-by-play, and then we'll close you out on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. 4th and 12. Castellanos in the shotgun. Men on both sides of the field. You've got a running back in the backfield. He immediately rolls out left. He fires one deep, facing pressure. Short, intercepted by Virginia, and the field is stormed almost immediately. 46-38 final score. Virginia, a top 10 victory for Chandler Morris and company. Chandler Morris is about 28 years old, who was a North Texas transfer last year, played about 9 years, and he was on a TCU team that went to the championship. And he gets a big win, 4-1. Florida State, a brutal loss, falls to 3-1. Boy, oh boy. You wanted Florida State to win because you want the Miami game to be a big game. You want it to be an undefeated pair of Florida teams going head-to-head. You're not going to get that. Wow. Did I think that was a touchdown? Yes. Based on watching it while I'm doing this show, I sort of saw the vision on that final replay. Nonetheless, I'll have to make my complete declaration and conclusion after the show is concluded. Speaking of the show, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you missed any of these coach interviews, you want to listen back, go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, and you can see our full catalog of coach interviews. That was from Mickey Grudy today with John Carroll Catholic, who had a win yesterday, 41-0 over Forest Hill, an easy one, a Thursday night battle. And on Fort Pierce Westwood, who had a dogfight against Centennial. Spoke with Coach Ladarius Van, who took over Chris Coquel left last year. And he said a bunch of interesting things about taking over a program that, that needs a bit of, culture shifting. Mentioned how it's a bit of an onboarding growth process and how the team is starting to take steps in the right direction. They started the year 0-2, big losses to Jensen Beach and Martin County. And then they responded a bit with now 2 straight victories. So Ladarius Van is starting to get sort of the ducks in a row there. And on the other side of things, John Carroll Catholic, Mickey Grudy, has those guys at 4-1. They played Cardinal Newman the opening game. And they sort of got blitzed by Cardinal Newman. He talked about that in the interview that we had. And then after that, they've been rock solid ever since. They've only given up about a touchdown since. And they've been 2 straight shutouts for John Carroll Catholic. So things are trending upward for a team that won 10 games last year and only lost 1. They're looking to do the same as they look to respond after this year. Big thanks to Damian Perez for keeping us up over the airwaves today at the City Place Studios. And we're coming back right after this. We got you up until 11. Big thanks to Christian Cat doing a great job on the play-by-play tonight at our HSS Game of the Week, which was a good one. Vero Beach and Fort Pierce Central. Fort Pierce Central, very underrated, by the way. Being able to keep pace with them and really give them a fight for their money. So credit to them. They're a team to watch out for as we get further in the year because Vero Beach is no joke. A lot of big-time players, a lot of future Division I players on Vero Beach. Big thanks to all the coaches that gave us time today. That's Lenny Jankowski. That's Mike Watkins of Fort Pierce Central. That is, of course, Mickey Grudy and Ladarius Van. Big thanks to all the coaches who give us a lot of time from throughout the season. This has been Colin Russo. As we close out here on a Friday night from the City Place Studios, make sure you stay tuned for our weekend programming. There's Inter Miami tomorrow, English and Spanish on Deportes Radio and ESPN 106.3, where you could listen to tomorrow afternoon. You also have Saturday Tailgate with Damian Perez and Mike Rizzo. That is 9 a.m. tomorrow, a little college football slate preview. And then on top of that, you get Sunday Huddle with myself and Cade Shumsen, which will be 10 a.m. for a 2-hour edition this coming Sunday. So stay tuned for that. Should be a good time as we get good NFL this weekend, good Ryder Cup, good baseball, and good college football. On the baseball side of things, I'll sneak it in. The Mets lost tonight. They lost to the Miami Marlins at Lone Depot Park. Talk about being a spoiler. The Mets were up 2-0. Marlins score 6 straight, and now the Mets no longer control their own destiny to get into the postseason. Go Fish! Unbelievable. The Mets are a joke. That's enough of that. But we close out the program here from the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We'll be back at it next Friday, each Friday night. We got you covered with the area high school sports, the best area high school sports in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Make sure you follow our social medias at ESPN West Palm on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. And also ESPN Top 63 for all the exclusive high school coverage. That's, again, Instagram, Twitter/X, and YouTube, Facebook. You can see us all on those spots as you see some of the best high school coverage in the area. We got our spots, and we got our guys from all throughout the county. Colin Russo saying so long. Hope everybody enjoyed the game. Stay safe throughout the weekend. Enjoy the weekend of a great sports weekend, an all-timer. Looking forward to that. But this has been Colin Russo, ESPN 106.3.
Looking to stay cool and save big? Aztil Air has been serving South Florida for over 40 years. Get a free duct cleaning with any new unit.